Hello and welcome back. Today is the third round European Club Cup. We're almost at the half of the tournament.
Yeah, exciting day ahead of us. Yesterday was really interesting. We had so many special guests: Vasily Ivanchuk, Viswanathan Adant, and Domarayo Gukesh in the end. So hopefully we will have new top players around, new officials, so that your day will become more interesting by following this channel.
Yes, former world champion and possibly future world champion in the same day in the same studio, guys. This is not something that you can see every single day. So make sure that you stay with us. In the meantime, you can subscribe to the ECU YouTube channel to be able to write us in chat some questions if you have, maybe some suggestions. We're trying to follow as many games as possible, of course, focusing on the top ones. Unfortunately, we cannot follow all of them because it's too many games, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so many comments, so many remarks from your side. Unfortunately, due to the anti-cheating measures, we are reading delayed chat of 15 minutes. But anyway, we will come back to questions later. When we are ready, maybe to check the playing call, or
if we could, yeah, maybe we could
stroll
around, see if the players have arrived or not. The round has not yet started.
Let's start with the bird view. Let's see who is in the camera, or
okay, so this is the first match. I believe it's on the podium. Empty. Yeah, the bird view, you can now see the playing hall. As I've mentioned, the round has not yet started. We still have 5 more minutes approximately till the start of the round. It's 3 p.m. over here, Central European time. So if we mention some time at some point, maybe some guest or interview, so that you know when to tune in if you want to make a break.
So what do you think, Dragana? For example, will some players be a bit late? Like some have this typical routine to avoid this queue or something. Anti-cheating is a process which takes some time, and there are some players who like to be a few minutes late just to avoid this not hectic period, but some a little bit more uncomfortable way. Yeah.
It is a habit of some players, but as I've seen so far, not many of the players playing over here, and especially we know that the first round tends to always be a bit more chaotic in terms of players not knowing where the playing hall is, or for example you have over here players and teams who are playing in one playing hall in one hotel, and then you have another playing hall in another hotel. So if you've not checked on which match you're playing and whether your match is in the first or the second hotel, of course, all of these informations were provided at the technical meeting, but you know, you can get confused at some point. So yeah, the first day is always hectic, but I believe that the players have gotten used to it. The ones who want to be on time are on time. If I'm not mistaken, the full time here is 15 minutes.
Yeah. What I know that Arjun is sometimes coming a bit earlier, try to focus. What I've seen before is that usually Deak is arriving a little bit before the round is starting. Fan Forest as well. I saw Sendarov just arrived. Pragnananda is sitting on the third board, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe it's a moment that we stroll around with cameras to check exactly who can we spot. So the second part of the match. So we have Fan Forest sitting on the fifth board and
looking lonely in this camera. Even Sokolov in the behind.
Yeah, so let's check. Okay, Gukesh is there. So Abdusatoro is there, and I think I saw Pragnananda on the third board. So they are already there, sitting. Super Chess might have arrived together. Okay, also this is common in team events that players are arriving. I know that they are not staying at this hotel where the main playing hall is staged. I saw at lunch or breakfast Veyi, Mamedyarov, if I'm not mistaken, Arjun. So they're staying in this hotel, while a super chess team is staying in one hotel a bit close. Mamedov is seated with nice black. Yeah, he usually plays this Marozzi stuff, so white will be slightly better. I can assure you that. But it's not easy to crack him. But with black, he's not playing so strong, of course, as white. There are some players who have similar strength, but I think that Mamedov is much, much, much harder opponent to face if you are black and he is white.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that it was a nice moment that we got to capture live all of the guys coming to the board at the same time. As you've mentioned, the team spirit is present.
Yeah, Abdusatorov is seated on the second board. We can say that Gukesh is playing a Mamedov, Abdusatorov is playing Suleimanli, and Pragnananda is playing Sadli. These are our first three matches. Then we have Deak against Ahmadzada, Fanforest against Samadov, and Sindarov against Sadikov. There is okay, of course, Gukesh is almost 2800, so there is a difference even on the first board. But on the last two boards, the difference is quite high. We have Fanforest being close to 2700, while his opponent is only close to 2500, so 2 points is a difference. Sindarov, similar thing, so Super Chess is probably counting to win that match on the last board for start. So let's move on with men section. Okay, so let's check another.
Yes, match number 2 is Beersheva Chess Club versus Alkaloid. Alkaloid managed to get a swift win yesterday with 6-0. So will they manage to do the same again today? They have a tougher opponent today as Super Chess as well. We're getting into the third round. The things have already heated up. Unlike the women's section where we actually already had some very interesting matchups yesterday. And today on the first board we have Mikhailevsky Viktor versus Rigaisi, then Steinberg versus Veyi, Kobo versus Yu Yangji, Greenfield versus Aravind, Postny Evgeny versus Narayan, and Huzman versus Injic.
Yeah, actually what we are looking different match. This is match number 5, Turkish Airlines. We see a Maxodlo, so let's go back to our higher boards. So let's check the camera. So this is match number
5.
Number 3, because Vidit is or number.
No, Vidit is not on the camera yet.
Okay, let's switch to that match. So it's match number 3.
Yes.
So Vidit is playing first board against Mendonca. We have Kamer just behind him. So let's check more cameras. Okay, let's maybe switch to women's section, first match. Unfortunately, we don't have it yet.
Yeah, we will have it in a bit maybe, but so far what you can see is that this match is Mushaka Center versus just a second, let me check. This is Stavrula Tsolokidu playing against Goryachkina Alexandra. The games have already started, and this is Mushaka Center playing Deshek de Monte Carlo. Deshek de Monte Carlo played yesterday on the podium on the first board. They are the top seed And yesterday's match was very tough, and it ended up in 2-2. It was a level match, so today they're playing on board number 3. Again, it's a very tough match. Tsolakidu can be a very dangerous player, as you've seen. Okay, maybe not that much in this tournament, but on quite some tournaments we followed previously. So I'm very curious to see how this game will go on. And on board number 2, we have Narva Mai, who is actually a birthday girl today.
Oh, happy birthday to her.
Yes. So
yeah, sometimes it's cool to play on birthday. Okay, depends of your opponent, depends of type of the tournament, but yeah, it's probably a joyful day. Although sometimes people don't know that you are having a birthday, and your colleagues,
true,
and they get surprised.
But nowadays with Facebook, I would say it's less likely that at least your teammates will not know that you have a birthday. But I believe it's an honor to play Vaishali on your birthday. I would like to have this kind. I usually do not like to play when I have some celebration, let's say upcoming, but this seems like a pretty nice event. Okay, board 3 and 4 we haven't mentioned. We have Krasteva Boleslava playing versus Sara Kadem, and Pogoreski Sofia versus Betts Elizabeth. Maybe we can switch back to some other women cameras. Let's see what else we have. We see Teodora Inec, so this is match number 1.
This is second part of the first match. Let's try to find first part of that match.
Maybe the players haven't arrived.
Yeah, I think I saw them. No, unfortunately, we don't have them.
Nevertheless, as you can see on the camera, Efraimski playing versus Inec Teodora, and on board number 4 we have the current European champion Fatalieva playing versus Zsoka Gal. So it will be a very interesting matchup. Efraimski plays some very sharp chess, if I remember correctly, and Teodora Inec is definitely the leading one from Serbia, having some great results in the previous years. So I am expecting a very interesting game.
Okay, let's go back to boards. Let's check the positions. Unfortunately, we have an internet issue, right? So
yeah,
you won't be able to see broadcast at the moment for a while, so hopefully we'll solve this.
Yeah,
yesterday I was so happy that first day was just a typical starting issue day, but then
yesterday we had a huge improvement, but today there was some changing of internet around, and it was great prior to the stream, but as you know, when things go on production, something happens. So yeah, I hope that we will get it solved very soon, and we will be back as soon.
Yeah, so we will leave you with the bird view from the playing hall. Sorry for the inconvenience.
back. Apologies for the small technical break. We had an internet issue, unfortunately, but luckily it is resolved quickly. We hope it won't happen again, so be patient.
Can you Google who has the stablest internet in Europe? Maybe that we go to Estonia or somewhere. Yeah, what to do?
It was stable prior to the round. But yeah.
Okay, let's check the moves. Let's check what's going on. So first board, Gukesh playing d4, d5, d takes c4. It's a slight surprise for me because Rauf was mainly playing g6, d6 stuff. This is his trademark. Either Marozzi, either some King's Indian. So d5 is similar, probably like I don't know. For example, MVL has started playing it, adding it to Greenfield. Yesterday, you could hear why Vishy Anand was not in favor of Greenfield. Very cool how he said that he actually abandoned it twice in his life. So watch out for this type of things in future, and you can also check the interview, right?
Yes,
I think
of course.
it will be cutted, but anyway, you can.
We'll have it soon,
yeah. Also, we'll have another guest.
Yes, it is my honor to introduce to you Mr. Ivan Sokolov in the studio today. We are expecting him around 4 p.m. So if you maybe have any question for him, you can write it in the chat. Maybe we can ask Mr. Sokolov that question as well.
Yeah, okay, so let's see. D takes c4, knight f3, knight f6, everything played, stable stuff, c5, and now basically the old theory says that bishop b3 is the move, since on b5 you react with a4, and after b4 you're conquering this square. If you place knight c3, then after b5, bishop b3 and a4 later, b4, you will need to regroup your knight anyway, and you will lose to tempi. So this is the point why bishop b3 became a main move. But then people started to play a4, for example, Topalov against Kramnik, then bishop d3, bishop e2, even rook e1. This is like computer style variation where you push e4, e5, played by Ceparino and some other players. Bishop e2 is also quite known, sometimes heading towards slightly better endgame. cd knight d, b3, typical position. White is slightly better, but it won't be easy to outplay Rauf in this line. Second board, we have Nordirbeck playing with black, anti-Sicilian, g6. This is all theory, normal position. Somehow white has transposed to a mix of close Sicilian and open Sicilian or Androsolimo. Prague, what do you think? First day loss. Yesterday, very tough game. At some stage, he was even lost.
Managed to make
Can he still somehow get into the tournament in positive mood?
I really hope so, because we want to see Prague at his best. It is definitely a very unfortunate start for him, but okay, he is still young, even though he has a lot of top chess experience. So I really hope that we will see him back in his element.
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned yesterday, also I spoke with Fressinet today, having some coffee with him and Maurizi, commenting how this team today is for sure the most toughest pairing. So it's not an easy day for Prague as well, because Asadli is, they're actually Azerbaijani players, Azeris, they're a bit underrated. And yeah, it won't be easy to outplay them. If I'm not mistaken, Teimur Rajabov is their captain. Can you please check it in the starting list?
Yes. Gashimov, no.
No? Gashimov said, okay, my bad. I thought that, but Rajabov is not playing here. Okay, maybe he was on the list. He was on the list before.
Yeah, it might have been prior to the start of
Yeah.
the tournament.
Okay, so knight f3, this is typical. White can opt for, if white plays knight f3, that usually white is preparing this minority attack, Carlsberg structure, classical stuff. Then we switch to Deak's game against Ahmadzada. Quite solid line, 4 knights. Usually you play it with black if you don't mind making a draw, because sometimes things tend to exchange and liquidate. Then it's a moment to check the 5th board. Here, of course, Jordan will start to push hard, and he's mixing this queen e2, g4. That's all known. A3. I would say that this is a modern style of treating these positions, because in former times, allowing b4 was typical concept, and then suddenly engines started to suggest a3. Then let's check the 6th board. What is Sindaro up to? So he allows this e4 Catalan stuff. Also won't be easy to outplay his opponent. Tough match for Super Chess, but also it's a test of their future ambitions, if they're in good shape or not.
Yeah, and it is round 3. They need to start getting paired up with some very serious opponents already. We know that, guys, let us remind you, it's only 7 rounds, so it is a very short tournament, and you need to make those wins quickly. You do not have any time to recover if you make a mistake. That's why it might be even more interesting.
Okay, what do you think? Who has better chances for a win today? So, Gukesh playing white against 2650, or Arjun playing black against 25, close to 25 experienced GM? Is it better to be white against 2650 or black against 2500?
Well, since we've already seen the position of Gukesh, I might give a slight advantage to Arjun. I don't know, it's just some kind of hunch. But of course, it doesn't have to be true, but it's an interesting question. What's your opinion?
Yeah, really depends. Let's say long term, like 10 rounds, of course, Arjun would win many games against Michalevsky. Very experienced grandmaster. We can even check his career high. I think Rauf was 2700, so we can check Mamedov. You can put it even in Wikipedia there.
Yeah.
They are just noting the highest, the peak rating. Michalevsky was 2620, I would say. So that would be my prediction. Let's check. So Rauf was for sure was 27 something.
27-9.
Yeah. Okay, in 2017. Very experienced player, but as I said, you're white. So while Michalevsky, I'm quite curious. So my point is that if we would play 10 games, then it's better to be black probably against Michalevsky. But in one game, maybe it's better to be white against 2650. It's not clear, because in one game you start exchanging pieces, and don't forget what happened in the first round for Arjun, that it was really tough.
Career high of Michalevsky, 2632.
Yeah, he's experienced grandmaster, playing a lot of tournaments, writing some books, playing G3 stuff, and usually depends also of your opponent repertoire. If your opponent is playing E4 or maybe some stuff which is more open, you have chances to win. But when it's fianchetto, then it's tough, because for a long you won't be able to give a check. So tricky. But Arjun is very confident. Yesterday also Anand has mentioned a few things about how he plays. This risk-taking, that they are risking a bit more than former generations.
Modern playing style,
Yeah. Okay, let's check the second match. We have Sicilian, where he is very tough opponent to deal with. If you're playing Sicilian, I would be scared to enter this type of position with him, because he's superb tacticians. But what to do? You need to play something. If your repertoire is Sicilian, then of course you're playing Sicilian. Ori Kobo is quite a good player, and he has some results against these type of players like Yuan Yi. I wouldn't be surprised that this game ended up in a draw. Then we can switch to Arvind, playing against Greenfield, another very solid player, theoretician, trainer, coach, whatever, long time in circuit. Also a bit interesting game, because ratings suggest that it should be like a walkover for Arvind, but in practice it can be tricky. Also, Evgeny Postnik, he was close to 2700. To be able to win against him, this type of position with black, it will require some imagination. Kuzman also, he was a coach or second of Boris Gelfand. Of course, that he's a well-known theoretician. Also a tough game for Ingi. So in total, it probably and most likely Alkaloid will win that match, but still it can be a tough task. Are the top teams resting some players? For example, I know that I can immediately say that Super Chess is not resting anyone. You can check maybe
Alkaloid, I see, I think is...
Alkaloid is in the main team, or you can check. Okay, while I'm showing the moves, you might check like first six, 7 teams.
Yes.
Are they playing with the best? I know that Vasily Ivanchuk today is playing, as he basically announced it yesterday. He played in Spanish League. Fresinet told me, because they're playing in the same team here, that he was playing in Spanish League, and it's a wise decision maybe to get him rested.
Yeah, Alkaloid is in their best composition so far, as I can see.
Okay, while Dragana is preparing this info, let's move on. So let's see how Vidit and Novibor is doing. Last year they took second place. If I'm not mistaken, they won against Super Chess. Bartel won on the last board, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was 3-3. So D takes e4. Okay, Vidit is playing this line. Slight plus for white. And now after c takes d4, the idea is to castle, and this h6 sometimes helps white to launch this attack. One of the biggest specialists in French defense was Evgeny Barev. He was under heavy fire in many of his games in French defense. Also Viktor Korchnoi, of course, springs to mind. Georg Mayer from Germany, now playing for Argentina, if I'm not mistaken. Argentina or Uruguay? Not sure. They would, and Georg was playing perfectly that line. Okay, of course, Morozevich and many French defense specialists, Chinese players were playing it, like Bu and Nihua and some other players.
Okay, so I have some info. We don't see Navarra playing today. So this is important information for the Sev as well. Is having a rest day, and I
so
saw
Navarra for Novibor, right?
Yes.
Fedesev.
Fedesev for Pending Chess Sports Club, where actually Rajabov is playing. So you were right to see him somewhere in the...
But he was not playing first rounds.
Actually, he has only...
Okay, he played.
Yep.
He played the game, sorry.
Or is it today his first one? Let me check. No, today's his first one.
Yeah. I haven't noticed him before.
So you've seen him correctly in the starting rank somewhere, but today is his debut at the European Club Cup this year. So yeah, these are the main teams.
And Turkish Airlines, are they playing in the, or Murzin is resting after yesterday loss?
Murzin is playing today, even
Okay.
though he lost to Nikola Nikolovsky yesterday, but he's trying to come back, and they are having the
And
top
please,
notch
can you
team.
change, so Georg Mayer has switched his nationality from Germany, I think it's Uruguay or Argentina. If I would need to bet, I would say Uruguay.
Okay, let's see where your memory is
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So he's one of the main advocate. At least at some point he was playing this line, especially this d takes e4. And if you want to learn French with black, you should check his game. At some point he was like 26-50, maybe even more, and even some super strong grandmaster couldn't get anything out of the opening against him. So he was liquidating quite good and playing Catalan with white, and suddenly, if you're playing some World Cup match, he's squeezing a bit with white or being solid, and you're already in tiebreak playing some blitz and rapid against him. Then we switch on to I was there. Let's see how. So last position is the following one. So here Queen e2 was played. So after Vidit comes Kamer, who is playing with black today some complicated stuff. It will be a tough game. Aryan is also a good player. Hare Krishna has survived yesterday, although he was slightly better. Then he started to drift, and in the end was happy with the draw. He's playing against Liviu Dieter Nisipianu. Dieter was playing last year for Super Chess, and this year he's playing for Vados. And here he has a normal position, classical game. Probably like 10 years ago, Hare Krishna was 27 plus. Dieter was close to 2700, so they know each other quite well. David Anton, another very strong player, theoretician. He's playing this line, knight a4, okay. And it seems to me that his opponent came very well prepared. That's some kind of mess. I would be afraid a bit with black. It resembles basically Prague's game yesterday. First day when he lost. This d6, yeah.
D6, yeah.
And suddenly it's not easy to come out with this bishop. Then we can switch to Nguyen's game, playing solid line, not much is happening, combination of preparing e4 plus b3. Grandelius, very strong player himself. He was playing, I think, last year a little bit higher board. So can you please check chess results last year Club Cup? Novi Bor team. Kamer was first board. I think, as I mentioned, Vidit and Hare Krishna were not playing because of Asian games or something like that. Then David Anton was maybe... I think Grandelius played against Anand on the second board, and he was actually... Now I'm pretty sure that he was second board.
You have a good memory. I have to say, Novi Bor finished second last year at the European Club Cup. And yes, Kamer was board number 1, Grandelius was board number 2, Navara playing board number 3, Nguyen board number 4,
and
Anton David board number 5.
6. Bartel, yeah, Rager is not playing this year, and they have the same. They had different strategies. So Navara, although higher rated, was playing on the. Oh no, they had same rating, right? Navarra and Grandelius, they opted to put Grandelius on the second board. I will need to start making some mistakes, Dragana, because now it looks like it's prearranged. So that I checked and then I ask you, have already open tab.
Check this and that.
No. Now I'll need to start making mistakes. Yeah. So Nils is a very good player. So from second board to sixth. Sounds like improvement in terms of team, right? And in terms of strength. But anyway, they have really strong lineup. So they're counting that Nils will bring them some positive score on the last boards, many wins. He's that type of player. He plays very... I would say sharp chess, although sometimes it arises on the board slowly, but it's tough opponent. I played, I think, 2 times against him. Once I lost, once it was a draw. Yeah, very good player. Let's check next match. Many Israeli players. So Gorstan is playing a Buk Xiangxi. I remember when he became a grandmaster, like typical, like very young, 13, 14 years old, 14 maybe, and then he played in Bled Open just right after the Olympiad, and he was already at that time like superstar, but somehow he didn't manage to raise his level to the very top. Few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago, he knocked out Magnus from the World Cup. So I think it was Baku. It was Baku or something. It was maybe second or like third round, and yeah, maybe third round. And then he won first the game. It was some kind of Petrov, if I'm not mistaken, and he managed to win with black. So Bu is experienced and strong player, but as I said, he was always around 2700, a little bit less, not more. Rajabov is playing today with white. Yeah, this is typical bishop e3, queen d2, and either you start rolling that way or you play knight g3, bishop e2 castle, and you push f4. When knight is on f3, it's much harder to work because you need to transfer your knight to e3 or g3, but a little bit tougher way. I like to play this with white, but it's also quite normal position for black. Avital is also a very good player. These are type of players who have had some results against strong players. And 2 years ago in Chennai, I was a captain of a European team in the football championship, which was organized on a free day, and Avital played as well. Nice guy. We have Rosen, but not Eric, right? Not the streamer.
Yes, not the streamer.
Not the famous one.
We don't have many streamers over here, or I haven't noticed.
Yeah, last year I think some more have played.
I believe so. This year I don't see any special camera on some board for some streaming or something, even though I've seen that domestic players might know this. We have Dejan Tasev, who DT Chess. So it's a famous domestic YouTube channel, I would say. So maybe some players from around here can give it a try and have a look at it. He has some very interesting content, you know, playing a lot. And
yeah, well, now when I'm saying I know him, because I also have a YouTube channel on Croatian language, and I don't know, ex-Yugoslavia is following that. The channel, 15,000 subscribers. It's not so big as, of course, top streamers, but I was offered to play some blitz match against him.
So did you?
But no, I checked his channel, and somehow it didn't fit. Because he has, as you mentioned, some special way of treating his games, screaming a bit, and so somehow, somehow I was not feeling that I will fit well in that.
Maybe you should give it a try. Who knows?
Yeah, in that concept, it was. I would say we have different way of
different approaches. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so let's check. But that's actually a nice thing in internet. You choose where to go, what to watch, what to. Okay, some of them they like, some.
Sometimes you want to learn, sometimes you want to have fun, sometimes you want to see different type of content. So yeah, and I know that he's very devoted to it. So
yeah, it's up to people.
Yeah.
Let's check next board. Okay, this is like a long-term maneuver. Korobov usually playing d4, so let's see what happened. But this time he opted for e4. He's mainly a d4 player, and at some stage I would say, let's say 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, he was one of the I would say hardest player to play if you're playing Greenfield first, and if you are playing Nimzo Indian. If you are playing Nimzo Indian and Greenfield against Korovo, I would really say that he was like playing on 2800 level, 2750 plus for sure. So many tough ideas, playing dynamic chess. He was really tough opponent to face if you're playing those two openings. If you're playing Slav defense, it's a normal a bit, I don't know, some Queen's Gambit and so on. But Greenfield India, always he would be able to launch attack. And I know that some top players were having a tough time with him. With black, he was playing Sicilian, Najdorf, and so on. And okay, sometimes he will lose. Sometimes he will lose even against weaker opponents, 24, 25, and then he will drop some rating. But if, for example, you put him on the board and you pre-arrange that he's white and he's playing Greenfield and Nimzo Indian against some 27, 50 player, I would say that I wouldn't be surprised that 7-3 it's a result for him.
Yeah, okay, those are some huge chances. Yeah.
He's not an E4 player mainly, so here of course he can play. He's a very good player, he's a very good tactician. I know him well, he was playing many times, we played in the same club, we were playing together. He won against me 2 or 3 times. I was mainly black, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, tough opponent, but this is not his cup of tea, his favorite position. Here, probably he's playing like 2600. He's not playing like 2800. So if I would be black, I wouldn't be worried in this type of position so much.
It's always a tough job to make a decision what line to enter, especially on this top-notch level, since everybody knows everything, but you somehow need to find that niche where there is a slight possibility, as Anand said yesterday, to even get to play, right?
Yeah.
These days with computerized chess.
I agree. Let's check how Abbasov is doing. Normal position. He has dropped some rating. Can you check Abbasov trend? I think that he was like 2670. Don't forget the guys he was playing in candidates in Toronto very recently, where Gukesh has managed to qualify to the World Championship match. That happened for Abbasov. How he ended up to candidates. It went through World Cup, if I'm not mistaken. He was semi-finalist or maybe even finalist.
Speaking about his rating, he had his peak rating last year this time, September, October, and it was 2679. And since then, yeah, he has dropped some points.
And in World Cup, I think he was. You can just press World Cup finalist chess. I think he was even in final. Yeah, so he knows how to play very well. Yeah, it was on a home soil. Okay, he played against Magnus semi-final. I'm not sure. Yeah. I heard a funny story today.
I'm sorry. He lost to Magnus in the semifinals. Yeah, this is the final info. So we can continue into the story.
Yeah, I heard a funny story that Firuza was playing MVL now in this WR championship. And these days everyone is chasing this Grand Prix. And he lost a game against MVL. I don't know what in which it was a semi-final maybe, where it was classical, and then tiebreak was, I think, Rapid or Armageddon, whatever. Maybe it was Armageddon. So he lost. I think against MVL. I don't know. Maybe one game. Maybe he qualified after. I'm not sure after coming back. But anyway, he dropped some rating, and then he also, I think, lost some chance. I don't know, Grand Prix or something. What is the system? And then after he lost. So where is he? MVL.
But I have the result here, so
yeah,
it's not a good. Yep. Okay.
I think he lost against MVL, but now these days so many tournaments that you don't know which one happened in which way. And then he congratulated, said thank you for beating. Not thank you for beating. Now I'm exaggerating, but it says that thanks. Now I don't need to play 2 tournaments. Individual or European or whatever, because in case I won it, I would have to move on and play some tournaments to collect those Grand Prix points and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So here, complicated position as well as here. Let's see a Draking. Pechac is a player who is playing like crazy chess, and sometimes he starts his game with d3, e3 or a3. He also pushes some pawns, sometimes playing like super fast. Okay, I'm not surprised that he's in plus. So he has started his game like and gained like 4.5 minutes because of increment, and he just blitz move and completely confuses their opponent. Of course, Drakin is a top player, so this is a game to follow. As I mentioned,
he played 1 year for Alkaloid. I'm not sure if he was in the team when they won the championship, but I know that he was in Alkaloid's team. I will check. Yeah,
let's check Maxodlo. I like to follow this type of position, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Tabatabei. Okay, normal position, not much is happening. Nihal as well. Murzin is trying to recover after yesterday's loss. By the way, how was the celebration?
I'm sorry, the celebration.
Nikolovsky.
I don't know, actually.
You were not invited.
Yeah, I wasn't invited.
Okay.
Okay, I had to finish something else, so I didn't get any time off to do anything yesterday evening. But yeah, I'm sure that he was ecstatic.
Okay, let's check other matches.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to mention this. He actually has a win versus Kamer.
Oh.
I think he has a win versus Svane. And who was it else? Some top-notch chess. And there's a joke that once he beats these guys, they go above 2700. So he was like, he's going above 2750 for sure.
It's okay, yeah. And probably he was losing a guy against the 1800 players. That's why he doesn't have like 2500 or something.
Exactly.
Okay, Ivan Šarić is playing here with white. Tough opponent to play against. When Ivan is in good shape, he's really playing well. Suat Atalik against Robert Marcus. That's a funny game because if we go like in time machine, and not time machine, but let's say if we come back to like 10 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, Suat would be on 26, close to 2650, Robbie as well, and suddenly Suat is on 2400 and Robert is less than 2600. But still they are, of course, very good players, but their prime is behind them. Yeah, interesting to see. I'm quite curious because they know each other quite well. Suat was playing for Turkey and then he switched to Serbia. Maybe it's a moment to check women's section.
Yeah. While you're switching to them, we have the same question: who is resting today? So, for example, we do not have Kotinashvili Bella on match number 1, playing the third board. So, Ines has moved up to board number 3, and Joka Gal has entered the chat, let's say, as the youngsters say these days. Kotinashvili Bella is not playing. Then we have Onu Klaura, who is not playing for ŠK Ljubljana. Typhoon on match number 2. Bulmaga Irina is not playing. I believe she was one of the last ones to finish yesterday's game, so maybe she wanted to rest a little bit more. And she is not playing today for Super Chess.
Okay, last year winners. Okay, let me discuss this position, how Nino is playing against Bibisara. So d takes e5, it's a normal way to play. Although I was never a big fan of this type of positions for white, since engines are giving you advantage, but long term, black has ways somehow to transfer and to exploit this square, and long term against a very good player it can be tricky. c6, no, normal move, rook d1, rook e8, and now black, as I said, will start to transfer her pieces. White is slightly better, but it's not a big deal, although also with white you are avoiding some mess on the board, which sometimes is useful. This is all known. Efroimski playing against Teodora, normal position. Let's see how Ulvia is doing. Reigning European champion. Once again we have Alexei Serrana, who is playing here, and also Ulvia Fatalieva, European champion from Greece, from April. She's playing with black against Joka Gal, promising player, talent of Hungarian chess. Let's see how the games are going. At some stage, I think Joka was mentored by Judith Polgar, which of course is fantastic experience, I guess. Yeah, interesting position. We will have opposite colored bishops with heavy pieces on the board, especially queens. I was mentioning this yesterday. It can be very sharp soon. Next match, we have this line. Queen takes. Hang on. What's going on here? Am I missing something?
Some very interesting position.
Is this correct? Hang on. My understanding says that something is very wrong here. Okay. Okay, the transmission is probably stuck, so we might send a message to our friend Rade in the group to check that board. Zagnizde against Bivol. It's a match number 2, board number 1. Okay, let's see what's going on in other games. Adela Velikic. I would prefer to be white here, but probably black is also fine. Long term, this move is not ideal. How this happened? It was this 4 knight English, 95, yes. F5. Okay, that's all theory. But white is slightly better here, although if black is well prepared, probably Zu is, then it's quite normal. Here, okay, hang on. Is this another transmission error? No, king f1. Played. Olga Bedelka playing materialistical way. Playing pawn up, but this resembles Fischer random more than now you just play long castle, Fischer random rules, and your position is splendid.
Completely fine.
Unfortunately, that doesn't go that way.
And mentioning Fischer random, if I'm not mistaken, this year is the first time that we will have a European championship in Fischer random. in Skopje?
Yeah, I think it was announced. It's cool. Have you played Fischer Random?
Actually, okay. No, I haven't. Now that I think about it, on board, no. On the internet at some point, of course, but on the board, not.
Yeah, I played it and I loved it. And it was funny, for example, I played in this Mainz, this famous tournament, and I don't know, so many top players were playing. Vichy was there, Rajabo, and all top players. And basically, it was like a big open tournament. They would announce the pairings by, I don't know, by some song. Usually it was like ABBA or something. And then they will show the position on the screens. And then you will have like 5 minutes to set it up, think a bit. And it was funny. So first time we played this tournament, Croatian Grandmaster Cvitan, Dizdar and me, and we will start discussing position, you see. And then it was funny how you could see the profile, and actually you would see like a style of play. I would immediately come out with the pawn and the queen, but others, they would like, because they were more positional, they would rather clean up the main rank, first rank, initial rank, to be able to run with the king castling, because here castle can be really quick and you can run to other wing. And it was funny how we would have like a different strategy. And I was learning through process, and it was like 6 rounds first day, 5 rounds second day, if I'm not mistaken. And I was accommodating in one hotel, not at the venue, but just right to. And tomorrow I was actually playing solid. And tomorrow, first round, I was playing against Grishuk. I was paired against Grishuk, and I was running. I was a bit late. I was running to the playing hall. And the day before I concluded, came to the conclusion that symmetry is not bad. That symmetry in Fischer Random, you play symmetrical stuff, and it's quite useful. And this is the story I was telling from time to time. And we are shaking hands. I was late. Grishuk is sitting. I'm shaking hands. I'm sitting myself. I'm black. So I saw knight f3 on the board, and I played knight f6 almost standing. I pressed the clock, and we start to play. And suddenly, after knight f6, I see that I'm completely lost. Knight comes to e5, my f7 pawn is a target, king is on d8, I need to play knight d6 only move, c4 coming, attacking c5, and somehow I managed to survive, but I was completely lost. I lost in the end. But just after the first move, I was already
so you
busted.
Definitely need to.
Yeah, so it was funny. It was funny how I got into lost position standing. Yeah, so it's funny experience. Yeah.
Move 1, yeah?
Okay, so here, I don't know, hard to say. Let's see how Solakido against Gorjachkina. Normal position. Narva Mai, our birthday lady. Normal position for both sides. In this type of structure, if the pawn was on b3, Magnus is like top specialist because he's just having some enormous performance against 2,700 players. It's really ridiculously high. Also in last Club Cup, he managed to outplay Richard Rapport in the match Super Chess against his Offerspiel, but in the end opted for a draw. But he was already better after 15 moves. Here, Sarah, she has managed to exchange the light squares bishop, but anyway, it will be tough because this c6 is a weakness. I would take white here, but yeah, white also needs to play some good moves. Sofia is playing against Elizabeth. Okay, that's an interesting position because here you need to get ready to h6. I know that, for example, Svidler was saying, and Leko as well, watch out, guys, when playing h6. Because then just moving the bishop queen d2, and it's very hard to fight against this sacrifice. For example, let's say that now black plays some moves, I don't know, like b6. Probably it's immediately just curtains. And knight comes to g5, rook lift, so many things. So here black need to find black need to find a move how to play against bishop a6. So Elizabeth is already preparing a nasty attack. I don't know, do we have cameras? Is it better now, but maybe it's a moment that we switch from bird view to the boards. It seems not, so we will need to stay with the bird view. Anything in the chat?
Yeah, I actually saw one interesting question, but I was waiting for the right time to ask it. What is when you're considering both women and the open section, what would be the most interesting match and what would be the most interesting individual game?
This particular round, as I said, first match is the one to follow in the open section, because Azeris, they can really be tricky. So here, for me, it's quite obvious that this match is the one to follow. And regarding some game, this Pehach game against Adrakin, so it's Turkish Airlines against Yaves Modra. This is the game you should take an eye on, because Pehach is just blitzing his moves, and he's like very talented player playing some very odd chess. Sometimes he's just playing against super strong grandmasters, like he's playing in some kind of coffee house. So it's interesting.
Yeah, and I see another interesting question. I do not know the answer of this one so far, but maybe you do. Was Mikhailevsky Arjun's coach when he was young?
Okay, I didn't know this, but I know that Israeli coach.
No, it's a question if he was, I think.
Is a question or is it a remark?
Question. It's a remark. Okay.
What I know that Israeli grandmasters are quite good coaches. Of course, you have Gelfand. He was even coaching Norwegian team, writing some books, making some seminars, lectures. That Avruch is like very well known for his books, repertoire with white, especially. D4 repertoire. So yeah, they have many good players and coaches. Yeah, maybe it's a moment that we get our first guest, Mr. Ivan Sokolov.
Yeah, so we will need to go on a short break in order for us to get him to the studio. And guys, stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, guys. As I've promised, just a few minutes have passed and we have another great guest in the studio, Ivan Sokolov. Welcome to the studio and thank you for taking the time to come here.
Thank you, Dragana. I'm very happy to be here.
And especially, guys, you should know that I had to take him away from watching his team, so we will try to make this short and not take a lot of your time. First of all, I wanted to ask you about the very soon upcoming training program. We have, as you can see on the screen in just a few seconds, we will have a very interesting training program with many known names. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this?
Let me talk about this. Actually, this is also good because it is program of European Chess Union. We have started this about the start of this year. So this is going to be, I think, third seminar online. We also had one physical seminar. The idea of this is that to educate actually trainers. There is always a thin line between training trainee and training trainers. This is meant to be training trainers, and we also did publish syllabus. The first one by any kind of chess organization. It is actually available on a Chessable, very well-known platform, and it is possible to basically buy there. This is advanced syllabus. Very soon it's going to come syllabus for the second part of a group. We have, let's say, divided this by 3 parts. So one part is a complete novice, second part is, let's say, a club player, and then a third part is advanced, and this one, which is going to be later done for a club players, is going to, we call it intermediate, is going to be done by Antoneta Stefanova, that you see there on the photo, one of those faces. And she's also going to be on our seminar. So, and this will be published maybe beginning of next year, something like this. So the purpose is to use those syllabus to educate trainers and to try to kind of help them get their necessary knowledge. We also have something outside only chess. For example, on the photo, you may see Jana Krivec, that some players do recognize, somebody not, because she's more into psychology than into chess. She's actually lecturing psychology, I think, at university in Ljubljana. And this is also giving us a special element not only being busy with the chess. It is going to be a webinar starting 25th of November, as you see here, and finishing it 5th of December. 6 times 3 hours. So total of 18 hours divided over weekdays. So if people are having something over a weekend, their weekend plans are not going to be touched.
Not interrupted at all, yeah.
Not interrupted at all, and starting also what we found sort of reasonable time at 6 p.m. Central European time. So people who are, let's say, working, they can find the time, and okay, finishing at 9 o'clock, that means you still have some of the evening left. We didn't completely kill your evening. Yes.
Reasonable time.
And the idea with this is to educate trainers and also to give, we have a trainer's titles inside European Chess Union, and we even have a database that is dealing with these trainers' titles. So interested parties that are can find this on European Chess Union website. When you open it, you will find it, and you will see the emails that you need to use in order to subscribe yourself. Why you should do this? Because, well, we are having a maximum of 30 seats, absolute maximum. We aim actually for 25 in order to have better interaction, but 30 is absolute maximum, and something like, I think that 9 are already taken. So I would encourage the interested party to kind of actually hurry up. And this is a fun program, it is educational, they also get from us materials, which they can keep, and well, they are able to interact with the best European trainers from different parts of Europe, different nationalities.
Okay, so I don't know if it's reasonable to ask about the deadline for applying, even though you need to get it as fast as possible to make sure that you...
Well, I would advise actually to apply something like by maximum November 15th, 16th, something like this. So let's say 3 weeks from the moment when we are talking.
Yes, yes, of course. But once again, nobody can guarantee, guys. As you've heard, 30 is maximum. So if you are interested in being a good coach and good trainer, then you can definitely enroll yourself at this program. And there's another thing starting in November. It was the program for players.
Yes.
Which, if I saw correctly, is every single weekend, if I'm not mistaken, from November till April?
From November to April, I think it is actually, if I'm not mistaken, Monday and Tuesday.
Aha, okay, so maybe I didn't check correctly. Yeah.
I think it's Monday and Tuesday because we didn't want to interfere with any national
Once
leagues.
again, with the...
So this is aimed for young players from all over Europe. So this is training players.
Yes.
And well, we are having this program which is running 6 months long. Mm-hmm. It is European Chess Union did it already last year.
Yes.
So it is so it is partly funded by European Chess Union, partly funded by FIDE Development Fund. Mm-hmm. And we had it last year. It was success, at least this is what I was told. And well, we have a lot of interest, and I think that this year we are going to get it done again. We are having actually some, next to our regular trainers, that are also going to be conducting these trainer seminars. So this program for trainees, we also have some special names, like I managed to convince former world number 2, best of the West, my friend Jan Timan, to be a lecturer. Mm-hmm. And it is going to be, I think, educational and very good for these young players that are attending. I think that European Chess Union is giving 2 free seats per chess federation, 2 free spots, and then we are having some other spots that are, let's say, available for, well, reduced tuition. Mm-hmm. And I think also about this, it is possible to find more information on European Chess Union website, or to simply email us.
And get more info. Yeah, if I saw correctly, there are 2 groups. One is below 1900 and one is above, so that once again you can have a slight precision with the training and so on. Okay, so thank you very much for this information, and of course we have to ask about the European Club Cup. How are you satisfied? We've seen Prague not having the best start, but still the team is doing good, or how would you?
Well, I think that it is probably right to say that this is the strongest European Club Cup ever. Mm-hmm. We are having really plenty of strong players. Our team, we have a Gish that might be world champion in about 1 month.
Yeah.
And well, we have also some other great players. I mean, we are a team of Alkaloid is having also absolutely fantastic team. Actually, we are, according to rating, probably the same like team of Alkaloid, because I think that we have, our average rating is 25 points more. Mm-hmm. But it is calculated. Small, yeah. But it is calculated on 8 players, mm-hmm. and 8 player of Alkaloid is 2400.
Yeah.
And our 8th player is close to 2600. So 200. I mean, divided by this kind of number. Yeah, by 8 is 25.
Yeah.
So we are about the same sort of rating, and it is next to this we have a number of very, very strong teams. I mean, we have Turkish Airlines, which is a very strong team. We have, of course, Novi Bor, that is always strong during many years. We have Typhoon. This is to name just a few.
Yeah.
So I think that European Club Cup has never seen actually so many strong players as this year.
Which is maybe even the most important thing, actually.
Yes. And, well, our team, I think, is playing very well. Prague had a little bit of rough start, which I hope he's going to correct today. Mm-hmm. He's, let's say, I could tell you that he's in a high spirits. Let's say which is very important. I had a good talk with him, and he accepts that sometimes those dark days are part of a chess career, and nothing to be done about this. And he's coming today to the game in a very high spirits, and I hope that this would mark the turnaround of his situation.
Yeah, last year you were also competing for the medals. Unfortunately, there was a loss from Novi Bor in the last round, unfortunate, which led to Super Chess not getting a medal, if I'm not mistaken. But this year we hope that you will still be up there in the top?
Well, actually, last year our breaking point was not winning match versus Team Magnus, the team that won. This ending that Jordan van Forest lost, this drawn rook ending, which would have made us win the match. And then actually this was more crucial than this last round versus, because last round versus Novibor, we could have won a medal. But we are not coming here to win a medal.
You're coming here to win, of course.
So,
yes. To win the gold medal, yeah.
Yes, so our turning point was actually that match versus Overspi last year. And I hope that this year we are going to be more successful.
Yes, yes. And we actually have some very important moments. The chat is actually screaming about Arjun and Gukesh being very close and having the opportunities, coming closer and closer to the opportunity to cross 2,800. Do you remember the exact moment when you passed 2,700?
Yes, I think that live I passed it a couple of times. And officially on the list, I think it was January 2004, if I'm not mistaken.
Were you excited prior to that game, having some more pressure because of that?
Actually, no, not really, because I was under the illusion that this is just a start. So it turned out to be the peak of my career. As a player,
which is high milestone.
Yes, which is high milestone, because at that time, just to give an idea, crossing 2,700 was easily putting you in the top 15 in the world.
Yes, you were number 13 in the world at your prime time.
Which nowadays, you have more players. But of course, it will be very interesting because this game between Arjun and Gukesh, we may get it maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Yes. It is probably going to happen at this event. Very likely, this heads-on battle that, you can say that who would be ahead of two of them. It looks like each player will have it in his own hands.
Yeah. It is very interesting. And I have to ask one last question from the chat. We know that you are a famous coach next to being a one of the top players in the world at your prime time. And we know that you had many successful coach stories. So which coaching job was the most fun for you?
Oh, this is a tough question. Maybe when I was coaching Iran, but I don't know if fun is the right word, but I found it very rewarding at the time because somehow I got lucky that when I got there that Ali Reza, Parham and Tabatabai were all very young and they were like rated 2,400. And it is very special feeling somehow when you almost see people improving on daily basis in front of your eyes. And this is something that you, don't see every day. Yeah. This is something very, very special. It was very inspirational.
Rewarding is the right
very
word.
Rewarding,
Yeah, the chat suggested that it might be Uzbekistan, but winning the gold medal at the Olympiad is not easy.
This was the different thing. This is almost like, it would be more question like adrenaline point. And so this is like adrenaline point, like you are almost playing yourself and you have these high adrenaline points. So Uzbekistan winning gold, that was a very high adrenaline point because I was not playing my own game, I was playing four of them.
Yes.
in my mind, so this was a very high adrenaline point.
Yes, exactly as you are watching your team Super Chess over here now. So I know that you are very curious to see how the team is doing so far, and I will not keep you any longer. Thank you very much for taking the time to come here once again. I believe that the viewers and our audience enjoyed this interview as well, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks a lot, Dragana, and I hope to have a reason to come back here again. And I hope that we are now playing on a board 1. And I hope that we will be paired for board number 1 for the 8th round.
Yes. This is the right conclusion. Okay, guys, so stay with us. We will continue shortly. This was Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov.
So interesting interview with my friend Ivan Sokolov, great player himself. Don't forget how strong he was. He was around top 10 in the world, 2700 rated player, carrying as a leader Holland team, taking them to the European title, and so on and so on, winning against Garry Kasparov. At some stage he was considered as, I would say, one of the sharpest players with d4 in the world. Now, well known and yeah, great coach and lecturer, so it's always a pleasure to hear his opinion. Let's go back to boards. Let's see what do we have. So, is a bigger chance that Gukesh wins against Mamedov or that Arjun wins against Michalevsky? Has something changed drastically or not? We will find out very soon. Okay, this type of structure is something you learned because it happens many times. It's quite often in many different setups, openings. So you got familiar with that, which is normal for a d4 player. So Gukesh knows the details, but sometimes you're trying to compare it to maybe some different or similar positions, but it's always a new position. And I would say that the point here is that white wants to bring the rook on d5, trying to challenge the queen. Black is maybe trying to push e5 at some stage. Complicated position. Queen came to a7, white would do the same. Okay, now came e4, which is a slight surprise. Okay, now if I would be black, I would consider either to exchange the bishops. Don't forget that this e3, e4 is something Gukesh was using in his first round game against Margaret Peterson, where if f4, e4 was restricting this bishop a lot, and then usually in endgames black is trying to transfer it to a different diagonal. So white is trying to use the same concept. Knight h5, interesting move. Okay, it's already a bit sharp. How should black proceed? If I go knight e5, which is like a tactical shot with the point that this one is hanging, I'm also coming on this covered attack. This should be better for white. Okay, I cannot take on h5 immediately because d3 is hanging, but I don't see how can I improve my position, so I would consider this bad for black. So maybe bishop c5 is a better try. Trying to press from this side, but then I'm allowing e5. Okay, this doesn't look so appealing for black. Maybe this knight h5 was already... I would prefer this move. Probably bishop takes, queen takes. Okay, e5 is coming, this is the issue. But at least after e5 I can get rid of my lousy bishop. Okay, I'm also allowing rook c7, which is unpleasant. And now e5 is coming. Complicated position. Maybe already around here it was necessary to... Okay, I need to say that this was a pawn sacrifice. Probably with the idea rook e1, knight f5, which looks very promising for white. Similar is after bishop takes. Of course, players are more into the position. We are switching from one to other, and it's not easy to dwell so deep. But my opinion, like now, with some additional info, is that here, after g3, that black is struggling a bit. I know Rauf quite well, although we played only once. It was Sarajevo Open, I was white, it was a draw, but I was pressing, I was winning. But I can sense a bit when he's not feeling confident or great about his position, and it looks that that's a moment. Unpleasant position, and now it's, I would say, like a turning point. If you miss this moment, you can just end up with a loss. And Rauf sometimes tends to take some drastic measures, to sacrifice material or to do something which is maybe not expected. So I wouldn't be surprised that now he's calculating already something to be able to sacrifice some exchange, to play some dark square strategy being exchanged down. Okay, how about Nodirberg? What's going on here? Okay, it looks promising. Okay, if the pawn was on f2, let's say that I retreat this pawn to f2, then white might consider his position slightly better, pressing over the e file, but this way I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. So yeah, this move white might regret it. I would maybe take different route and be a little bit more solid, especially against that type of player like Abdusattorov. Okay, what's going on in Prague's game? We left around here. Okay, he went for this bishop e5. He went for this bishop e5. welcome back, Dragana.
Hello.
But this is a different route and approach. Yeah, now, of course, isolated pawn structure, you want to set up a blockade, but black seems to be doing quite well. Another tough game for Ragnananda, because black will exploit this outpost. Rooks are very well placed. Not easy to say how to move on.
Sokolov has mentioned that he's in good spirits, so at least that's good. We know that he's not desperate or whatever, that, okay, he accepted that he lost, that those were some tough games, but he's moving on.
Yeah, I saw Deak outside, so the game was drawn. Yeah, not surprising. Let's see how Fan Forest is doing. Okay, he's probably already enjoying a nice attacking position. Bishop we come to g2. It's not easy to come out with black king. Usually when we are analyzing positions, let's say that you want to analyze or evaluate, let's say evaluate would be a more proper word. Some position you see it for the first time. So basically what do we usually, which factors we use? Grandmasters or all other top players, so they immediately first check material, which is a quite obvious thing to check it. Here the material is same, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep.
Then second thing, of course, if now white would be like a piece up, we won't bother with this position. So material is like first thing you check. Then second thing is king safety. Of course, if you see that king is somewhere here, that it's just mate around, then your analysis is sort of over. So here this king safety is very important, and white has a little bit safer king. Also then third factor would be piece activity, which can be a temporary factor, because you can exchange opponent pieces, you can regroup bad pieces, but piece activities. So I'm attacking something, I'm using some squares, I'm having more pieces ready to join. So piece is a little bit more active of white side, and the last thing would be pawn structure. Do you have a weak pawn, backward pawn, double pawns? Do you have a space issue connected with pawn structure? So these are the factors. So here I would say that this king safety plus a little bit more active pieces means that white is ready to claim like an advantage. If we move on, Sindarov is playing some messy position. What has happened? So he allowed this e4, not taking on e4, because this would be like typical slide plus position for white. So he went for bishop a6, which is normal route, and now came this c5. e5 usually is not a great thing. ed5 is more to the point. e5, knight g4. Okay, that's really complicated. g6, sacrificing the exchange. Yeah, but all his pieces are suddenly well placed. Bishop is actually using empty diagonal. C pawn as a key factor. Yeah, nice exchange sacrifice from black side. Let's check how Arjun is doing against Victor. As I mentioned, it can be a tricky game, one game. In 10 games, of course, he would adjust, but in one game it can be tricky. Knight h4, g5. Like we were saying many times, like older generation, they would stick to solid way of playing, not to push this
on the safer side, yeah.
Yeah, but new generations just push pawns in front of their king. They don't mind being I don't know, under some long-term weakness. They
Not
just
afraid or not respecting maybe the opponent?
no, actually there are no dogmas, so they see that okay, I'm gaining some space. I don't mind if my position, because basically what we were taught when we were kids, that you are afraid of some ghosts around, non-existent factors, weak king long term. When? How? They're like
Give me the exact moment. Yeah.
like this Jerry Maguire movie. Show me the money. Show me the threats. Okay, I'm weakening my king, but where? When? You will
How can
start.
you exploit it?
Yeah. Yeah. So G5. Basically, why Mikhailevsky has played knight H4? Because he's not expecting G5.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, this is the reason why he played. The G5 is not the move usually he faces when playing this type of opponents.
Do you think that it hasn't crossed his mind at all? I think
Yeah,
it
but
did, but that he didn't believe it would
this
happen.
is this all way of play. I will come up with that later, because he's weakening his king. Yeah,
Should be good.
Yeah, not should be good, but yeah, this should probably be risky. I probably have something. I probably will arrange. I probably will do.
And you leave the
and
decision
probably
like that.
I will
Yeah.
do something. Yeah. So basically, that's the way how older generation was assessing this type of stuff. Which game we said that we should follow? Okay, just briefly here we have some normal lines. Okay, this is interesting. Aravind playing Rook G1, but anyway, this will be also interesting game to follow. Huzman having a normal position against Injic, and it won't be easy for Injic at all. Here, okay, it seems to me that Luke is, yeah, putting some tough resistance. Probably some move like, I don't know, if you take, then there is this trick, and if you play like move like Rook D2 to stop it, I can maybe regroup somehow, either Bishop B5, Bishop E8, and always I'm having this threat. Who knows, maybe just equalizer. I don't know if we have them on the camera. I would love to see is Vidit worried, so let's just find them on the lower boards, lower matches. I think this camera exists, not, yeah.
This one would be correct, yeah.
Let's check it. Yeah, Vidit is a bit worried that maybe his advantage has evaporated. His opponent seems to be confident. Clock situation is similar. Yeah, very interesting, and I like accuracy. They're almost both close to 100%. Yeah. Okay, let's move on. Let's find something else. We have normal games. Which game I want? Okay, this game we mentioned because there was a passer on the 6th rank, which looks really tough to deal. Because if you shut the diagonal, then you are weakening your d file. And yeah, white is playing with some energy. He's putting pressure on. This is very cool move, because basically if you take, of course I can take on d4 immediately. But the point here that I can also play this tricky move, knight d5. With the point is I'm threatening a check. If you go to c6, I'm jumping to c7 and I'm just crushing. And then I will penetrate. And if you take, I'm taking rook d4. And it's just safe probably for white. Maybe black can hold, but white is playing without a risk. This one, Niels is having a normal position, although white seems to be doing fine. Here, okay, we left. Rajabov is, yeah, okay, let's check how Rajabov has opened the position. So f3, e4 was played, knight e2, knight g3, yeah, bishop e2. This is the moves. These are the moves I mentioned. So one way in this position is to go g4 and so on. Another way is to play knight g3, bishop e2, castle, and push f4. Nothing new, but sometimes that's the master way how to handle things that it looks like obvious and easy. Yeah, Rajabov is
That's when you know that you've done the job right.
Yeah. Rajabov is doing great. Let's see a Draking against Pehac. This is the game.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah, I mentioned. So we left around. No, we were following this position from this particular moment. H4 was played. Already black was slightly better. It's funny how like 25-80 guy looks that he is Draking. That Draking is black. He's just blitzing and he's attacking with black and he's better. It's funny, right?
We wouldn't expect it, for sure.
Yeah, it looks that he's just winning some. Knight g4, 5, bishop g4. I don't know. Just play this move and probably this looks already very bad. Rook b8, also a move. Yeah, Draking is lost in like 20 moves. Completely lost. I don't know, do we have that camera? I think we had it at some stage.
But matches, so that maybe the technicians can also check.
That's the one.
Ah, great.
Yeah. We can keep the full screen just to check how they are doing, because it seems that Pehac is already thinking about.
Yeah, Draken is for sure worried. F3, 4, trying to, well, you're not letting any attacks, at least trying, maybe opening up the second rank so that you can enter with the rook, but...
I don't know if this happened in his career, that he's like dead lost, playing first board.
Do you think
team,
so?
As I mentioned, team, as I mentioned, is some kind of underdog, which can be like how they say in football when there are like a world championship, World Cup, and then you have groups, like a dark horse. Yeah, so it looks like they're always saying, I don't know, teams like Japan, even like Croatia, okay, but we improved in recent times in football. Nigeria, that, or I don't know, some others that they can be really hard to crack. So it's the team. He's a leader. They're counting to win this one, and suddenly he's like dead lost against 25-80. It's really crazy. If he manages to win this one, it would be great to have him in studio. Although already he's making. He started to drift a bit because he's probably excited. His last move was maybe not the best, taking the pawn. Let's get the board back. Let's see what is happening now. So we left around here. So e4 was played. Now knight c4 is the move maybe you want to make, but I don't know what will white do on this move. Bishop a6 also, because on a5 this one is hanging. If I retreat my queen somewhere, I don't know, queen f5. Okay, he needs to calculate, but anyway, it looks like dead loss because this king and the bishop are really clumsy. But he took on e4, which might not be a right decision.
And maybe he's also trying to keep this time advance that he has.
So pawn takes e4. What would be his point here? But this is typical. If he is capable to play like smoothless game, he would have like 2700. There is a reason why he has 2580.
That's also true, yeah.
Yeah, there was a famous story. I don't know who was. I think Sokolov was playing next to Sergei Movsesian. They were playing in Bosna Club, and there was one league, and he was playing against 2350 or 2370. And before, I don't know, somehow someone said that, or someone was worried, okay, this guy is actually playing much better than rating and so on and so on. I saw his game. And then experienced Sergei has said, Movsi has said, there is a reason why he has
just 23.
Wait, yeah? He will make a blunder at some stage. Just
give
keep
him
calm.
A chance.
Yeah. So maybe this is a Drakey strategy. Okay, I'm playing against 2580. The guy is playing like a machine. So there is a reason why he has 2580. So I just need to wait for my chance. So he took on e4, and queen e6 was played. So I'm getting those moves. Double attack. So that was his point. Now knight e4 will come. How bad is that position? But it's funny, you see some other teammates having normal positions, while here Draking is already like it's advanced time trouble. He's under heavy pressure for long.
Okay, but maybe some knight c3 can protect both e4 and a2, yeah?
Okay, he probably needs to abandon the defense of e4, you take, and then to take on c6, queen comes somewhere, I don't know, e7, g4, let's say g4. Okay, bishop f3 can be played, but this looks also like dead lost. But yeah, there is always a chance to go wrong. Now some excitement starts to tell, I will win against 27-29, which is like huge.
Yeah, doesn't happen every day. We had to see this in round number 1, where Francois managed to keep his calm and win versus Prague. But for sure, you do not see upset like this every day.
Yeah, 27-29 player, completely busted, but he's trying to survive. Okay, this tournament is bringing some stories.
Yeah, for sure.
I liked it. Okay, we have Gish World Championship on the eve of World Championship match. We have this 2800 race, youngest ever, and so on and so on. I like it a lot.
A lot of topics.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, historic topics actually.
Okay,
historic moments.
Here, knight e4 will be played. I don't see anything else, but this really looks horrible. Knight takes e4. So if Pehac manages to win this one, it will be a serious boost for his team. Let's check how the standings, how the situation is on the other boards. So we have Maxodlo. Okay, white played normal way. I like to play this way, but I don't know why white is burning so much time. This looks a bit odd. You don't want to enter in a time trouble against Barham.
Yeah, but it's some kind typical in some way. If you would have been playing blitz, you would have blitzed out all those moves without any kind of problem, and then you come to the game maybe playing almost the exact same moves, but suddenly maybe you see some ghost somewhere, suddenly you want to double check, triple check everything, make sure that you do not make a mistake, and at one point you look at the clock and you see, okay, a lot of time has passed.
This looks a bit dubious for black. I don't know what engines are saying, but according... Okay, the thing is that black pushes bishop to h4. There was a famous game Sokolov against Lekov, Ikanze, when knight h5 was a motif at some stage. But here, if I'm building the battery, if I'm transferring my rook, so I'm quite curious. To me, it looks a bit dubious. I would probably maybe go on for bishop a2, bishop d1. Maybe I don't know if d5, I guess d5 is not, okay, my knight e5 is the move, and bishop is hanging, so I need to retreat the bishop first. Also, it's possible to play this type of moves, because knight d4, I think, is just lost. This is known stuff, and d5 is having even stronger effect. So knight d5 will be played, usually white can take on e7 or d5. Okay, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's solid. I don't know. Now white needs to, in this position, I would love to have like maybe, I don't know, half an hour. More than Thomas has it now, because it's quite sharp, and you need to act, or it's becoming sharper.
Yeah, because if you lose the momentum...
Yeah, bishop a2 is the move, or bishop b3, those two moves. Because bishop b3, knight a5, bishop c2 is just better for white, so it's up to white where to go for, b3 or somewhere. Okay, so let's check just other games in that match.
But I'm sure that we will have a close look on this one, since it's your favorite type of position.
Yes,
or one of the favorites,
exactly.
Yeah?
I mean, having a normal position against Irji Stoček is a very good player, also capable of making some extraordinary stuff. G5, no problem for Nihal as well. Strategies, they don't mind. I like this. Okay, here there is a different approach, but this is interesting, putting pressure. Okay, it's still hard to say that they have chance, even if Pehac wins against a Draking Volodar, having a better position, I guess, and Gurel probably already. Hang on, what's going on here? Okay, he will get a pawn, so he's better. Has something changed in Andreikin's position? Yeah, rook c6 taken. Now black is choosing where to go. First board, briefly check. Let's check Gukesh, Mamedov. Yeah, just better for white, I guess. Abdusatorov is okay, playing complicated position. Let's see how Arjun is doing. What has happened here? Knight h4. Oh, actually, Victor. If Victor has played some normal moves like waiting game, a3 or something, it would be much tougher. But suddenly he started to play Arjun's game, which I think was just bad.
But what was he calculating here? Okay, knight f6 he played. So
okay, he's calculating maybe that after knight f6, for example, king h8, queen h4, that there is some serious initiative for white.
How to progress?
Maybe to take on c6, build, discover the attack and something. But
some X-rays.
Yeah, but this is Arjun's game. This is Arjun's game. Our technical team is warning us that we need to make a technical break, like they have in tennis or sometimes. Yeah, so they can adjust things. So we will get back soon. So let's leave you for.
Yeah, and actually, when we leave you, we will leave you with something good. You might see, if you've missed it, you might see Gukesh in our studio from yesterday. So make sure to stay tuned, and we will be back shortly.
Domarayu is with me. Gish, congratulations to your win.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vichy was in my studio. We were commenting your game in, let's say, in the middle game. So around here, he jumped in, but maybe we can do it from start. You blitzed the moves.
Yeah.
Let's say this.
So I wanted some quick play on the queen side, and I thought like if I don't get b5, it might get a bit shaky because white has all kinds of d4 ideas.
Were you thinking about queen e8, queen e8, queen h5?
Yeah, that was one of the plans I thought about, which I later, played also. But
basically, your opponent is playing like Sicilian reverse colors, like close Sicilian. This mode is queen d2 are known as well. But at some stage, okay, so Vichy was around. You were not sure how white will move on. Will, I don't know, rook e1 and then maybe trying to e4 at some stage or just wait. But
yeah, I thought like knight d1, knight f2 was one plan. And also, I think he played king h1 with the idea of
knight g1,
knight g1, yeah. Which I also thought was quite interesting during the game. Felt a bit slow. Queen 8, knight g1, I just wanted like bishop d8, knight f3 and h6.
Okay. So knight d8, knight d1 expected?
Yeah, knight d1 not expected, but okay, I saw that this was possible. But my plan anyways was to go bishop d8.
Okay.
And yeah, bishop a3 was a clever move, I think, because now he's forcing me to play c5.
Yeah, because of course you don't want to repeat the moves. So c5.
I was not very happy to play c5, but also I thought I can still push for d5, so it's not that bad.
Okay. And he returned.
Oh, here I'm e4.
E4 immediately, but okay, I'm not sure about this engine, how strong is it, but yeah.
e4, I thought like maybe knight f2. But I get e3. Yeah.
It's some kind of mess like go to b6.
Yeah, maybe this was better, but okay, I was kind of planning to play d5 anyways, so...
Okay, so he took...
I thought cb5 was a bit weird, maybe not necessary. I was also thinking something like knight dc3. And
coming back.
yeah, b4, knight d5, but yeah, I just thought it was like a very complicated position.
Yeah, okay. So you went, he took, you went AB, E4. Okay, basically you are, of course, a big favorite in terms of rating. You like to have this type of position. Yeah, it's calculation, you have chances.
Yeah, it's a very unclear position. And yeah, take c4. I thought he didn't need to rush with f5 because then I have a clear plan, but he can just go, I thought, like b4.
b4 immediately.
Yeah, because the knight a4 ideas that I got in the game with f4, it's not that strong.
So he played f5, bishop f7, b4, knight b6. That was very well played.
Yeah, here I wanted to play rook a8, but I was like really trying to figure out after knight e3, knight a4, rook a4, g4.
So rook a8, knight e3 you mentioned, knight a4, takes, rook takes.
Yeah, g4, and I was really not sure about this one.
Probably, yeah, not probably, you know better, but you're right. It looks.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I couldn't find a clear way, so I thought what I played was I had more control. Queen
c6, knight e3, knight a4.
Yeah, take. And okay, this position should just be better for black.
Yeah.
And okay, a3 is just a blunder, I think, because it was too slow. Yeah, queen d7, a3, bishop b6. Now I'm threatening knight g4.
Knight g4, h3.
Yeah, knight h5, I get the point.
Rook f5, and then sometimes people are watching in terms of that you're getting in close to time trouble, but it seems that you have full control, that you don't mind being like yesterday's game. You were like playing in some not severe time trouble, but in serious time trouble for a long.
Yeah, I mean today it was a bit different because we were both playing by ourselves from move 5. So usually we start around move 10, move 15. This was like 10 moves earlier, so it makes sense. But I think I was always ahead on time than my opponent. So.
People, of course, are chat is screaming, will you cross 2800 so soon? I guess at the moment the World Championship match is much more important for you. as a main goal?
Yeah, I mean, both are important. Right now, I'm just focused on this tournament, and I feel like I mean, today was a good game. I'm happy about that, and if I just keep playing good chess, good things will happen.
You were playing also many tournaments. The Olympiad was quite exhausting. Were you thinking maybe not to play like in these first rounds because opponents are not, let's say, on like grandmaster high level, but you don't mind playing?
I mean, there's a 7-round tournament, and yeah, like more games, more practice. So, yeah.
Okay. Don't want to bother you too much. Hopefully, we'll see you more in the studio, and good luck with your games. Okay, guys, let's go back. Wish you a lot. I'm happy that you're here.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You are in the role of ambassador of your club, and Super Chess is like a first seed. Do you help them in mentoring or with some comments, ideas?
Yes, I just work with the club, and this time they just invited me to drop in, though I'm not playing. And it's a bit of that. Of course, I'm quite friendly with many of my teammates. We work together often and things like that, so there's always that angle. But no formal position really. Just the club said, well, why don't you drop in? And that's what I'm doing. So.
Yeah, but anyway, you come to Romania not so often, but still you come there, right?
Yes, very much. I have certain events that I visit every year. There's this big festival in Cluj, and I typically do one event with the federation. So a couple of things, and in that sense, I have a formal role with Supervet. But with the club itself, last 2 years I played, and this year I'm not playing. So.
Okay, so all best Indians player except you are basically around. First thing, Prague lost yesterday. How tough was for him to handle it?
I guess it was hard, but he took it, the professional way. What can you do? You put some cold water on your face and you continue. I think the problem for him was he played a sharp line, but his opponent entered it eagerly and played quite well. His opponent found a lot of difficult moves. And somehow, even if there was a chance to come back, you need a couple of mistakes to get a chance in, and he did not get this break yesterday. But it's tough. The problem is already in the opening. Once you have taken that pawn and gone into this sharp line, there's no way out. There are a couple of moments where I feel that Prague should have been thinking, how do I make a draw here? Not, how can I still win? And this was the mistake he made, that he kept trying for a win a little bit too long. And then suddenly, 2 moves later, there was no way back. I mean, if you look at the position with these two rooks and this pawn on c6,
and the knight,
Prague is never equal there. He is unpleasantly, the position's holding, but he is never really equal. And in fact, his opponent made many impressive sequences of moves and so on. So, okay, it happens sometimes.
When do you think that this wisdom of maybe striving towards the draw, it comes? For example, in your career, that, okay, you want to win, he's still fighting, he's catching, trying to catch Arjun and Gukesh in terms of rating and so on. So he desperately wants to win. When this wisdom comes? Because sometimes the loss is really tough.
I don't think the wisdom ever comes, because that suggests that wisdom points to the correct answer. I think it's a choice. If accepting you are not going to win, then the better option is the draw. Draw is better than loss. So you steer towards... So the question is, are you tending towards too much optimism or slightly on the pessimistic side? And now you can say that this game, my approach would have been wisdom, because I would have stopped in time. But maybe another game, I would stop also a bit earlier. Prague would persist and he would win. And then it balances out. So it's more a question of, but it's true that youngsters these days have too much optimism. It seems to me that their risks are unreasonable. I mean, you saw Arjun's game yesterday.
Yes,
I
just
he was
wanted,
just hopelessly lost.
Yes.
And then, even in the position where Wedberg resigned, I don't understand why he resigned. So it's a little bit, but this kind of thing you cannot hope for. But it happens sometimes, and it's a tough choice.
I think he missed that queen d7 is exchanging the queens at all. I think queen d5 he was calculating, then f3, and then he just stopped.
Yes.
I think Queen D7 was missed that he's exchanging the queens.
But for instance, why did Tom not play Rook A8, and then do all this? And in fact, you don't even need to play Queen D5. You can play Queen takes G8 and try to queen these pawns. I mean, as a way to make a draw. So, I know that Arjun takes this level of risk quite routinely, and scores a lot of points. So now, should I criticize him or not? I don't know. His loss to Gurel in the Bundesliga was the same phenomenon. But yesterday was the same phenomenon. It worked for him. The other one didn't work. I think the problem for me is, if you have a very long career, over some time you overstep the mark a couple of times, then these bad memories stay in your head, and you're a little bit more cautious. Maybe it's just age.
Got it. Okay, what do you think? Are they exhausted in terms of game? Because Arjun was playing like so many tournaments. Gukesh, sometimes when you're playing, carrying your team on your shoulders as a first board, it's also super heavy. You also came from London, all those events. How they managed to do it? Where is the energy?
I don't know where the energy is coming from, but both of them are playing very, very combative chess. In fact, I would say very unsound sometimes. They play quite unsoundly, and because they are fighting to win every round. Now that's quite special. It's a very modern approach, because some time ago you didn't take so much risk because you thought that mostly you would get into trouble. But these guys seem very confident that they can get away with it. Especially Arjun this year, if you saw his play in London and so on, almost every game he was doing something new on move 3 or 4. So that's quite a special approach. I think they should be tired, but they don't seem to be.
Prague is playing a little bit different type of chess than Arjun.
Prague is much more solid, and his chess is so-called correct, more than Arjun, obviously. Gukesh is borderline. Actually, he comes close to playing correct chess, but he's still able to take some risk and put a little pressure. I think Arjun is extreme.
I know that you are careful in making predictions, but okay, World Championship match is coming. Gukesh is here. It's not easy. Do you think that this idea that he plays here just right before the World Championship match? How about you? Have you played, let's say, a few months before the World Championship match?
Not generally. I remember in 2007, I played in the Mainz Classic before Mexico. So that I had like a month of recovery time. And in 2008, I played in Bilbao right before the match, because I thought it's nice to think. But again, I had like 2 to 3 weeks before the match started. And in those days, I felt that I would have a long training camps, and then if you don't play anything, then you're going to the match with basically not having played chess in 4 to 5 months, which is not a healthy scenario. I think Gukesh's decision to play here is not very difficult, and it's quite correct. For him playing here will be a good chance to test everything. Also remember that nowadays we basically don't have phenomenal opening ideas. They're just looking for they're looking for something slightly unbalanced so you can even play. That's a different scenario from 2007 and 8, when we could still dream of advantages in the opening and so on.
Yeah.
So
I see how Bogdan is playing Deak. Actually, he's for the last year. I think that he's actually not searching for any advantage. Yeah, he's playing some, I don't know, stuff. Even sometimes A3 comes on the board and so on. Yeah.
What did he play against Aryan Tari last year? Was it
H3 at some stage?
D3
or not?
or D3?
Yeah, D3 and then some. So this is like extreme approach. Okay, just before going towards the moves. So you're still, how would you say? Are you a mentor? Are you a trainer? Are you official? Are you a player? Or everything?
Bit of everything, I'm afraid. I basically keep on switching roles, and I mean, that's got its own challenges, but it's also nice because you can move on from one to the next.
Yeah, just to remind our viewers that, of course, Vichy is FIDE deputy president. But okay, let's move to your territory where you are like the biggest expert. Vishy, how about this game? You know, Indian chess really good. So is Gukesh happy with the opening outcome?
I think he should be. The position is tense. He's got all these pawn exchanges, so some decisions to make. But White's position is also reasonable.
It's funny sometimes. Okay, why Black is basically playing like anti-Sicilian, close Sicilian. That this type of move, for example, from White, basically you could make it in a blitz in 1 or 2 minutes, right? All those moves.
Yes, but it's also very typical because in this English, you know that there will still be a middle game to play. But here's the problem: if I take on c4 with Black, White can take with the d pawn.
Yeah.
And then Black cannot play e4, which is what he wants to do, because then I can go knight d4 and that can be unpleasant. So Black will need to prepare the move, maybe support f5 with something, and then take, because then e4 is desirable.
So it will be a waiting game for a while.
One plan for White I see is knight to d1 and knight to f2, which is a natural square somehow. Which means that I don't want to play rook a d1 now. If I play rook a d1, I think b4 is strong, because the knight goes to a4, it's a bit trapped. It can come to b1, but then it's losing another few moves. So what will White to play? I mean, will you?
Yeah, he will. I think. I would probably play king h1. Maybe sometimes they're even transferring the knight.
Yes.
g1 f3, but I don't know. Is this coming? Is this an option?
It's another idea. Queen e8 h5. And I don't see how White is going to provoke a struggle in the center. Maybe the plan is just to play e4 at some point.
Yeah, that's also typical. They're playing this type of things. Yeah, rook e1.
But the problem with Black has played b5. So if you play e4, then I can capture here, capture on e4, and you have to take with a piece.
Got it.
So I don't know. Again, that's the best part for Gukesh, that he gets a game. Which is very interesting. So, but we'll see how.
I was discussing yesterday, mentioning that sometimes he's struggling in blitz, but basically time trouble in his games, he's carrying this quite well. So I don't know, is this a different scenario when he's in the game, long game, and then he adapts and he knows that he doesn't need to blitz all the moves, but he's still sometimes ending up in time trouble, like yesterday against Marger Peterson. It was okay, not severe time trouble, but it was a bit for like 10 or 15 moves, and I think he handled it quite well.
Yes, but if your position's good, you generally can handle blitz well. It's only when it's unclear and chaotic that you struggle. But also it's true that it's not the same, and this especially Grishchuk would explain a lot. It's not the same being in time pressure in a normal game, in a classical game, and being in time pressure in blitz. In blitz, you expect to be in time pressure.
Yes,
in fact, you're in time pressure from the start. Whereas in classical, you switch to that role, but you also know it's going to be over at some point. Whereas in blitz, it's never over. So it's not the same skill. I mean, Grishchuk would say, I play blitz very well, and I still get into time pressure all the time. So it's not that I'm good in blitz doesn't mean I'm fast.
Yeah, my point is that actually he's keeping his rating like super high. So basically, and he's ending up in time trouble and actually surviving there, even in some problems. So
no, but right now Arjun and Gukesh, without judging their rapid and blitz skills, they are simply very good classical players. They are they're having great results in classical chess. I mean, if you saw the Olympiad, that was a spectacular performance. But and both of them haven't had spectacular rapid successes.
Not just that, in some Grand Chess tours, to see them at the last place, for example, Gukesh is not so uncommon.
That's correct. So how typical that is, I don't know. But Gukesh I think Gukesh and Arjun can adjust very quickly. But maybe they simply think of being classical players more these days.
Okay, let's combine it with camera from the playing hall. You know them quite well. Do you immediately see through some body language, are they worried or not? We can go full screen as well. So Gukesh is always fully concentrated. Behind him is Abdusattorov. Sometimes Abdusattorov is a little bit more nervous. Gukesh is always keeping his similar
No, whenever I'm asked for some opinion of body language or something, I think of this famous joke.
Which one?
In the opinion of Grandmaster Manatsakanyan, white is a pawn up. In the expert opinion of Grandmaster Manatsakanyan, white is a pawn up. So I can say, in my expert opinion, he's thinking, but what does this mean?
Okay.
So, I mean, you can go on talking and making up stuff, but I don't know if we really read their mind. But it's a very typical Gukesh pose. It's a very typical pose, this thing, but I don't know what it means. And he does it so often, he does it in good positions, bad positions. I have no real opinion on this.
Cool. Okay, you are really long term in the circuit, so you know all those things and stuff. Sometimes Magnus is super emotional, but still he keeps making to break through this type of position. Okay, knight a5. Vasily was mentioning just something like this, for example, and to hold a bit.
Yes, I was just about to say, because after what if he played knight a5, bishop a2, then or bishop d3, then bishop c3 is slightly unpleasant. Of course, you can still play rook a7, bishop somewhere, bishop a8 or something, and wait. But waiting on b7 is very unpleasant. There are many situations where rook on b1 and bishop on b7, something goes wrong, because it's very easy to overload defending that piece and playing. So my preference is to run away, bishop a8. So rook b8, bishop a8 is fine.
Got it.
The other way.
Yeah, to run away with this bishop, it was funny.
In fact, I think Vasya is right. Why play knight a5?
Yeah.
It's not clear that that's where it belongs. So play rook a7, bishop a8.
It's funny. I said, is maybe white worried? Because, come on, you're playing against 2400 player. You could have played maybe something not a little bit more flexible and not so defining. He said, no, young generation, they're not worried. They just play.
Yeah. I think also that maybe this is just reasonable for black. I don't know the evaluation.
Okay, sometimes engines do tend to overestimate some chances with the passer, but yeah.
No, I don't think they overestimate anything these days. They just calculate correctly. But it just means that it's some very long-term tactical thing that the pawn drops.
But very good choice from black. Well,
yeah.
Opening choice.
Sure.
Yeah. Now wait and see. It's not easy to find the concept with
actually,
white.
Well, white. I mean, you suspect that in the end, some detail, some d5, e5 will come somewhere. But honestly, with that a passer is so strong that it compensates for a lot of things.
For example, Greenfield, you know some lines. For example, Greenfield with queen a5 and queen a2, and then just pushing the a pawn. I know that, for example, Kramnik was playing, and then I don't know, even Topalov with some players, they don't mind that opponent has that type of passer. How about you? Were you a bit annoyed when your opponent has chances to start pushing the passer in some lines? Well, I don't know, Greenfield or maybe Queen's Indian or something.
You're right. The Grunfeld is quite conceptual. In theory.
So we are back. It's my pleasure to have Grandmasters Vidit and Mendoka with me. How are you guys? It was a draw, but still something to speak about.
Yeah, I think after the opening, it just a lot of exchanges happened. And as we were talking about before the break,
let's check the board. Let's check the moves. So everything according to
I mean, I don't know much about this line, to be honest. As first time I played bishop g5, and I had like very vague knowledge of this line.
Okay. Is there any moment you want to jump in?
I mean, I didn't revise this line before the game. I didn't expect it, but I remember vaguely that probably this is one of the best tries for white. Yeah.
I know that Georg Mayer, who was playing for Germany now from Uruguay, he was playing this line with black all the time. German Grandmaster all the time.
No, he was doing it in a worse version with d4 on the third movie.
Yeah, so he would be happy here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
So takes bishop. Like, of course, black has two bishops, but I have lead in development. So it's all about if I can capitalize on the initiative that I have. So c5, it's kind of forced that you have to act quickly. Queen e2, important to give a check, because if cd4 I just go long castle and then I have like a huge initiative.
So maybe in the long term even some g4 h4 or
just rook d4 next move.
Okay.
Like simple.
So queen a5,
c3 takes on d4. knight d4, bishop e7, and here it probably is the interesting moment if I can play long castle or not. In the game I played knight c6, which led to a lot of exchanges. So maybe here white can play long castle and try to keep the game going somehow. But it was very messy and I was not sure, like queen a2, queen b5, bishop d7, maybe it's the move. Queen b7, bishop g5. Yeah.
Okay, engine, of course, for engine easy, but for human it's not so, right?
Yeah, it was not so clear.
Also possible here. You mentioned some other.
Short castles is one of the best moves, but after king b1, I don't remember how black could equalize, but I was planning to just figure it out over the board.
Yeah, probably rook d8 is the move.
Yeah, probably rook d8. I remember some bishop c2 or even h4 was possible. Yeah.
This time. Okay, so you went for knight c6.
Yeah, which
Then
was probably not, because now his moves are very simple, like queen c7.
Actually, my original consideration was queen b6, yeah, but after knight e7, king e7, long castles, bishop d7, there's rook d4 and rook b4 stuff. Yeah. That's why I didn't want to play this. So bishop d7, rook d4, yeah, it's quite annoying.
Right. Okay, so you went for queen c7, takes. Okay, this queen g4 looks
Yeah, I
like
thought
annoying a bit, but
I was hoping that he plays rook a d8 and then I have bishop f3, which is very strong. And like I thought his pieces are a bit awkwardly placed, but he played rook h d8 and then it's probably equal.
Yeah, I actually missed bishop f3, but luckily.
yeah, bishop f3 was my trick, like to have queen b4 check and queen g7, because right now I can't take on g7.
because of queen
f4.
queen f4,
Yeah.
I showed this, and then after rook d2, it just opened the bishop somehow.
Yeah, or just take on e4.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad. Yeah. So bishop f3.
Bishop c6, yes, because now if I take on queen g7 after bc6, he just has queen f4, king b1, rook g8, and I cannot do anything here. In fact, black is better.
Is this like typical French defense draw when black plays a bit precise and then in the end?
Yeah, but first white plays imprecise. He loses his advantage because French is not a good opening. Then black has to play precise, still precise, then it's a draw.
Yeah. G3.
Queen f5 was strong. Like I thought maybe I have some chances with the pawn structure. Like my best hope I thought was if he, let's say he doesn't go queen f5.
Okay.
He plays king f8 or some move like this. Yeah, I go
h4 even, you can think of playing slowly. Yeah?
No, I thought let's say I get a position like rook d8, rook d8, rook d1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say rook d5, and I probably take cd, queen d4, and then push the pawns somehow. Maybe this is my best hope.
Yeah.
Like I thought this queen endgames are dangerous.
Yes.
But he played queen a5 and
I realized that king f8 was a sign that it's not so good the position, so it's happy to see queen f8. I was only thinking of g5 other than king. Other than that.
Here if I play some move like a3, he has queen g5 check, and he improves his pawn structure.
So queen a2.
And king b1, g5.
King b1.
Here.
G5 you mentioned.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Why not?
Many
Or
moves.
rook a8 also.
Many
yeah,
moves.
Many moves. Yeah.
So you played
Queen g7,
queen g7, queen a2,
queen h6,
and it was
grandmaster.
grandmaster draw.
When grandmasters don't play well.
Okay, but there are still some hidden things which probably people don't see. That's why you're burning some time.
Yeah,
It's
of
not
course,
like-
trying to see how I can keep the game going, but the black moves are really too simple.
Okay, off topic of your game. Now India is now the country. How is the situation after those two golds in Olympiad? Do you feel it? That there's a difference around, or it's already?
Yeah, it has been like chess has become mainstream. For example, there is a big quiz show, for example, in India, which is Who Wants to Become a Millionaire version, of India. And there were 2 questions about Chess Olympiad recently. Okay. So it just shows that it is coming in mainstream news. It's becoming more popular. Even when I was in London, many people recognized and stopped and spoke about Olympiad and other tournaments popular. And I think with this World Championship, I think it will go to a next level.
Yeah, I was saying that sometimes it's tough because we have now this race 2800 and they are really playing Gish and first row when those guys are playing like they do now.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing in a way. Of course, sometimes you can be in the shadows, but it also pushes you because you cannot be satisfied with just okay or good play. You know, you have to raise your game as well. So it's a good competition.
That last year you didn't play because of Asian Games, or what was the reason? I think
Yes,
some of
I
you,
played Asian Games. Yeah.
you were missing and some other players, if I'm not missing.
Gish and Arjun as well.
Exactly.
Prague
Yeah.
also.
This is the reason. How about you, Lambuk? So what is your ambition? Because it's not easy to enter the team because they are playing. Really.
Yeah, of course, like Vidit said, yeah, there are some advantages to being in the shadows that it just motivates you more and more. Yeah. And okay, it's incredible what they're doing, of course, and of course I'm doing chess more or less full time like them, and yeah, I mean I just want to go as high as I can.
Okay, don't want to bother you guys much. Hopefully we'll see you more in the broadcast. Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take a small break and Dragana will come back.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I'm missing my laptop. So just a second.
Nicola, can you switch? Because we are not... Dragana is
With the laptop.
next to me. Yeah, I'm happy to hear insights.
Yes, we were very happy to see the players on our doorstep. Of course, we are very eager to hear every single time what the players finish the game, especially when they are so cheerful and when we have some laughs in the studio. So, and I'm sure that Indian fans and all of the fans basically are very excited. And the interviews that you saw, guys, Gish and Anand, are from yesterday. So it was just some kind of recap or something that you can see. But to see the full interview, you can either go to yesterday's broadcast and view it over there, or I think that it will be published soon as just the interview.
Yeah, I like Vidit as a player, as a person, and he's so humble and he has a sense for humor. Yeah, very cool guy. Also, Leon Luke has played really well, so
Yes.
he's capable of playing very well. And it's sometimes interesting when you hear people analyzing, discussing. It seems they're on the same level, but of course, compared to rating, Vidit is almost 27, if I'm not mistaken, 20 something, maybe even more. While Leon Luke is 100 point less. So that means that, of course, you can have
27, 26.
openings, you can have maybe even understanding, but those practical strengths, will you be able to win games, win rating? That quality is also very, very important.
And it's interesting how Vidit says, for example, yeah, you can be in the shadows. You're plus 2700 player, and you're in the shadows, and you're saying it's not enough to play okay chess. Like 2700, above 2700 is just okay chess. It's not.
Yeah, in some country he would be like a hero, like
Yes.
the only player and best player ever. But of course, in India, he's just one of good players.
It's a motivation.
Yeah.
It's a motivation for sure. Yeah.
Okay, let's check. Do we have in chat anything, guys? Yeah, don't hesitate to ask. We are there for you. Yeah, you can always.
I saw a note. Is Sokolov the Guardiola of chess?
Yeah, okay, he has successes. Aran
For sure.
was his team where he started some huge progress. Don't forget he's the first one who has said that Ali Reza is. He said precisely that words. He used those words that he is a world champion capacity. Yeah. So that's something. That was a statement because at that time Ali Reza was only 2500 rated player, maybe even less. So yeah, Ivan knows.
Yeah, and he said we had this interesting question for him from the chat. What was the most fun experience for him as a coach? And actually, he said Iran, especially because of such players. Because he says, yeah, we're starting with 2400, and you can see them progressing every single day.
Yeah, 2700. Also, Tabatabai is around. Yeah, very, very strong players. Maybe it's a moment.
I also saw one other questions. Is there some new tennis story?
Actually, today I was having a coffee with Laurent Pressinet, well-known French player, grandmaster. He was 2700 himself. Magnus Carlsen second. There was famous joke, too weak, too slow. Chicken, how they are saying when some players prefer not to take some risk. And with Maurizi, world junior champion, 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. And I was laughing, we were laughing how Sebastian Mazet has become world chess tennis champion. He was doing greetings to Sebastian. If someone has passed it to him, unfortunately he's not present here in Serbia. He was captain. He was the captain of French team in Olympiad. And he was finishing this Spartan, this race. I think it's something ridiculously long, like 5 kilometers of swimming and then running, bicycle, 150 kilometers. Okay. I don't know. And then we were laughing, Fres and me, okay, we will target the guy in chess, because in tennis he's probably already in a great shape. So let's somehow target him at chess. Yeah. Yeah, greetings to him. So at the moment, no chess tennis story. I have this long as my plan that we organize this Grandmaster tennis tournament where only Grandmasters will be allowed to see who is the best tennis player. Mazet, as I mentioned, French GM, is very strong. Fres plays well. Kostenyuk, Tregubov, they are playing. Iturizaga and many more. I know that one, I think, Turkish GM was sort of half pro. And there are many. Yeah. So let's check the women's section. Let's see the games there.
We haven't been there for a while, yeah.
So how is first board developing? White was slightly better. Nothing peculiar, but yeah. Bishop h3 was not played, which is an idea. Of course, if you take knight f3, is dropping the exchange because this rook is not defended. But then maybe some bishop d4, you need to calculate. I don't know what's going on. Is this good for black or not? So she probably spotted it's not a big deal to see this type of motive, because if you're playing kings in, so bishop d4, but unfortunately we don't have moves, so I don't think that you're checking. We can see with our technicians should check
whether the moves are...
Yeah, we don't have moves. I'm making moves, but somehow you don't see it. You see like all board with its game. So unfortunately, maybe it's time to refresh it. I don't know. No, still with its game. Yeah, internet problem.
Unfortunate, yep.
Yeah, I know that in Cuba they lost electricity, whole country in one moment, but okay, here we are fine.
While the tournament was lasting?
No, in general countries. So here, at least we have electricity.
That's good. Yeah, I remember while playing some World Cadet Championship that we lost electricity for one day, and there was a discussion whether the games will be postponed or not. It's very challenging for the organizers, and of course you cannot predict, but it's good to be prepared for
maybe it's a moment that we have a bird view camera full screen, at least if the board is not working. At least you can grasp maybe the atmosphere in the playing hall.
A lot of jerseys which I like to see, that the teams are having this unique look, I would say. And I believe at some point it even raises some team spirit. So I guess it's a good thing. Of course, still almost all of the games are in progress. It's still too
maybe
early.
It's a moment that you find some results.
Yeah, I can see which games are finished. So, as you know, Bogdan Daniel Deak has made a draw in match number 1 versus Ahmad. Alkaloids match, we have a draw, Evgeny Postny versus Narayan. Then we've seen Vidit and Luke in our studio with their draw. There's a decisive result. Edis Gurel has already won versus Patrick Stevik. And Shakazmai made a draw versus Ljubljana. Jan Šubelj made a draw versus Pretke.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
this
Schubel
is a
has improved a lot.
remarkable result, yeah?
Yeah. At the moment, it seems that Super Chess is actually winning, outplaying their opponents easier than expected, at least on the lowest boards.
And I also see two results in Sentimento Aika versus Elektroprivreda. Sarana made a draw with Nikita Petrov, and Alexander Tomic made a draw versus Peter Prohashka.
Let's check if we got the board back. Let's see if we can discuss the positions. So
Seems like we're good.
in Gukesh's game, so we left around here. So knight h5 was played, g3, bishop c5, e5, bishop b6. Yeah, it seems that Gukesh is just outplaying his opponent, although he's spending some time. Maybe this was a wrong choice, because okay, with rook f2 e1, you're stabilizing your position, you're not allowing your opponent to penetrate, but you cannot make a breakthrough. I don't know, even in scenario of some g6. Okay, here maybe white can consider penetrating with the queen. But anyway, if you penetrate, there will be some defense. For example, I don't know, let's say that you play this way, and then queen h6, knight d7, knight f8. So it doesn't mean that you will deliver a checkmate. But basically you're a bit stuck, while engines tend to offer this doubling the rooks, which might be, it's something. Okay, but I understand. So Gukesh might first play rook e1, and if you go g6, this is maybe subtle play. I like it more than engine suggestion, because in human way you don't want to allow counterplay for your opponent. So maybe rook c2, and then to prepare the doubling the rooks while being in charge of this square. Yeah, maybe that's assist. So at the moment, rook e1 played. Rauf is thinking. Okay, rook d7 played. Queen e3. As I mentioned, I know Rauf. He will start, or at some point, he will make a drastic measure. So he will just play some super active move. And I don't know, burning the bridges, either sacrificing the change, ruining his structure, but he won't stay passive for a long. So I expect some drastic measures. I don't know where are they, but this is in his style. So at the moment it's quite tricky. We will stick to this board because it's quite easy when you turn on the engines. White is better, but
once you go deeper.
Yeah, this was very nice. This bishop and how he arranged his pieces. This knight looks bad, but basically, if you push, let's say, I don't know, even here. Okay, the point is to play g4. But if you, for example, this way, if you push it, there is always some tactics around. I don't know. I mean, this is something Rauf is up to, and suddenly you're under heavy pressure. This one is falling, and so on and so on. So I'm curious, rook d8 or f5, those two moves, which one will Rauf play?
I don't know, somehow rook d8 seems more natural and easier to make.
Yeah, and let's just briefly check other games. So
I just wanted to mention that we have a result in women's section. Beloslava Krasteva made a draw with Sara Kadem.
Mm-hmm.
So
she was better, if I'm not mistaken, out of the opening, but then she started with drift. Here, unclear position of Nordibek. Prague seems to be suffering. What a tournament for him. This looks very tough for him. Okay, Jordan has won the game quite easily. Sindaro has just won it.
Yes, the result
Okay,
just
so
popped
they
up.
are just winning the match, and it was one-way street. Very easy win for Sindaro, easier than expected. And let's see how Arjun is doing. Has something changed? We left around here. Okay, White is somehow trying to, yeah, at least to get some initiative and some possibility of trick, but I don't see any. Yeah, Arjun is coming too.
If he wins today, and if my calculations are right, and I think they are, Arjun will be 2799.6.
Okay, so if he just check out from the hotel, takes a plane, and live rating,
Leaves.
and leaves it.
Live rating 2800.
Okay.
But I don't think that this will be the
On the
case.
1st of November, he can be 2800.
Yes. But honestly, I don't believe that this will be the case.
Okay, so his team will put like a guard next to him to follow him all the
Not to let
all the
him
day,
leave.
not to
Yeah.
leave the venue. Yeah, cool. Okay, still the game is in progress, but I think now we will have a game. It would be cool to have him in studio.
Yeah, I will write it.
Yeah. Is it possible that he joins us in case he finishes his game quickly? I'm trying to check. Unfortunately, we cannot see this game on this Vrnjacka camera. It's on the left, far left. So we won't have visual info when the game is finished. But anyway, we will wait a bit. So let's go back to Gukesh game. Let's stick here. Rook c2 played. Okay, Rook d8 played. Well done by Rauf, and then Rook c2. Okay, now it's tough situation. Do you threaten g4? Maybe you are. And then this b2 is hanging. Let's say that I open my king, for example. Maybe not. Again, this same motive. And then I take on e1 and then on d4.
Oh, well, wait, you're dropping the...
Oh, sorry, queen. I need to take with the queen and then on d4, yeah. Or first on b7. And then after knight e1, bishop d4. So this doesn't work. g4 is not a threat. h6 is basically the only move in this position. Okay, f5 is also possible. But f5, g4, and again this motive of knight f4. So you need to be aware that knight f4 is a trick. Okay, Rauf knows it. Quite curious. Okay, now our viewers were watching the interview, right? Of Vidit, and any comments from their side?
Well, let me get it straight. Yeah, we have some greetings from South Africa.
Oh,
Woohoo!
far away.
Yeah.
I've been there in Durban, 2014. I was head coach of Croatian delegation, World Youth Championship. It was very memorable, especially Safari. I loved it.
Yeah. Now we have some talk about rating inflation. What do you think about that?
Oh, really hard to say.
Was it easier previously? We had a lot of changes in the rating system.
First of all, before FIDE was the only organization having control on the rating, so no online events. These days players are playing sometimes more rapid events. Before you would play like classical and basically your career, your earnings, your everything was connected with classical. And rapid was a nice side job. But these days you can play like Blitz Rapids, you can play online, so many events, and how to rate all that. So it's really hard to classify everything. Kasparov was trying to combine the rating, Rapid Blitz, classical, but I don't know. Maybe it's a moment that we switch to Grand Slam, to tennis system, that you have a calendar, you have special tournaments, and if someone is successful in Grand Slam, okay, give him top rating, or let's say first spot on the rating list.
Like the ATP list, huh?
Yeah, okay, and then you will know, okay, in this part of the year we have this Grand Slam, all those players are playing because a lot of it is on stake, and motivate them. And then if someone wins it, of course, then it's give him on the rating list.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach for sure.
Maybe it's a moment that we see. Oh, of course, the point is that you want also to motivate people for playing some amateur tournaments and so on. So rating is good for amateurs, for everyone, but on very top, it's hard to say which system. I don't know if it's possible to combine classical rating system, FIDE rating system, with some special system for top players.
Yeah, and we had the recent change. I'm sure that our viewers are aware of it, that the ratings below 2000 were increased. I think it was in March this year. That the starting rating point has also been switched. So yeah, some changes are being made in order to make the system better.
Let's check, do we have some cameras besides this one working? So maybe we can have a full screen stroll with cameras while we are waiting Rauf to find the move. So besides bird view, this is a match of Turkish Airlines. Parkham Maxodlo is playing second board, and actually Draking has made a draw, which is surprising. We will come back to that game. Let's check the next camera. Novi Bor, Vidit has made a draw. You had it in the studio. Analysis, Kamer is playing on the second board against Aryan Chopra. Let's check the next camera. Yeah, we have Arjun. Queen h6 played, and now I think he's just calculating how to finish him off. We can stay here for a while. Wei Yu Yang is right behind him. Wei has just came back. Okay, it's not ideal. So maybe it's a moment that we switch to another cameras.
We have the lady section now.
Yeah, Goryachkina playing against Solakidu.
Yeah, and they've mentioned in this match that we already have a draw on board number 3.
Yeah, let's move on. Zagnidze against Bivol, and let's climb to the stage. On the podium, Efraimski against Ignats. Patalieva is behind, playing with the black pieces against Jokagal. Yeah, and we have also first. Maybe we have getting an info that we don't. Okay, let's get the moves back. Let's see how Pehac has made a draw. What has happened there? He had drinking on ropes, let him off the hook. Let me find that game. So it's second match. Sorry, it's fifth match. He was black. So what has happened here? We left around here. Queen d5, rook c7, bishop d7. Ooh, crazy stuff. Knight c3. What a move! This is a crazy move to spot. This just
c3, and you're
queen
letting your king.
No, the point is if he takes with the knight, there is rook g2. Fantastic
Beautiful,
idea.
yeah.
And yeah, brilliant stuff. And when you take with the rook, you need to spot queen a2. He played queen a2 immediately, and here there is a difference that, yeah, cannot avoid the perpetual. Okay, very.
Okay, so Andrei can survive.
Yeah, very good news for Alkaloid team and for Turkish Airlines and for
Previously
Dimitri.
Alkaloid team, yeah.
Yeah. That's a bit surprising. Let's see how Huzman is doing against Injic. I told you, remember, I told you that it will be a tough game for Injic. Because you see the rating, you see that the guy is far away from his best chess. And but suddenly if he's these are type of players who in one game who can play really, really well, and you never know against whom you are playing. Suddenly you see that they are making so many mistakes in some other games, blunders, but in one game they are playing like machines. Okay, Injic is a tricky player. Don't forget, guys, he was a European champion with the Serbian team, reigning champion in Montenegro last November. So, yeah.
We had him in the studio.
Do we have a result of Arjun?
To have him again? On Arjun, I don't know. Let's check.
Not yet. The game is still in progress. Okay, Victor is trying somehow to survive. Not yet. The game is still in progress. What's going on in Gukesh games? What has happened here? H4, H5 played. So he was stopping G5, which was threatened by black, and then knight G7. Okay, so now he's using this prophylactic strategy, consolidating a bit. The problem is that black position is, who has said, I think it was Tartakover or Tarash, maybe our viewers could help me, has said that if you have one bad piece, your whole position is bad. So the point is here that if the knight is, I don't know, E7, black will have like a splendid position, but knight on H5 is really an issue. Knight on the rim is a dim, but yeah, I'm quite curious to trying to recall. Was it Tartakova or Tarash?
Tarash. Seems like Tarash, yeah.
Okay, so I'm mixing them up. Tartakova is the guy who invented Catalan opening. So he was in Barcelona in 1927 or 29, and they asked him, "Can you please invent some opening? It would mean a lot for us that we call this Catalan opening." And then he invented this G3 stuff, and they said, no one will play this, but okay, let's call this Catalan.
What?
And suddenly
Some
it
years
became like
later?
the main opening in top, and everyone is basically playing Catalan these days, trying to win, because in Queen's Gambit you have this semi-terrace, you have Ragozin, which is not easy to break through. Okay, very interesting moment. Rauf is thinking probably it's his last chance to stay in the game. So f5 or no. We have some new viewers coming, but as we said, Michalevsky is just to give you an info. Michalevsky, who is playing against Arjun, Israeli Grandmaster. He was 26-30 at some stage. His peak rating, very theoretical. Plays Greenfield, plays d4 lines. Basically, it's funny how all Israeli Grandmasters, Gelfand, Gelfand, Sutovsky, Avruch, Rothstein, they were all playing Greenfield.
Well,
and same with the d4, they were playing same stuff. So it was funny to see that they have this same. Okay, King h8 played. That's some kind of desperate attempt. Basically, Rau has figured it out that g4 is not a threat to do to knight f4, but he couldn't find anything better than to stay put. Now the ball is in white's court.
and what do you think is the most logical move for Gukesh, right?
I don't know, he can of course wait for a while, or he can immediately start doing something on the...
keep on waiting with the kings, yeah?
Yeah. So it's a waiting game. So b4 or rook c1, where to go?
I see a lot of questions about this rating. Somebody was asking if Gukesh makes a draw, what's the rating? He will be -2. And of course, guys, remember...
You're checking rating calculators?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good.
If you will be calculating by hand, I will not be able to give you an answer for quite some time. But yeah, of course, it's not that hard to calculate it, but why not use technology when we have it? Yeah, guys, you have an official rating calculator on ratings.fide.com. You can use that one, for example, where you just simply enter the rating of yourself, or in this case, Gukesh and his opponent. You enter the result, and you enter the coefficient of their rating change, right? K factor, yeah, which of course for these guys above 2400 is 10. So if you want to check some results by yourself, this is the way to do it, the easiest one.
Yeah, I agree. So 10th moment, Gukesh is better, but it's not easy to calculate everything, to come up with like the smoothest way. So he's hesitating a bit, but I do expect some b4 or rook c1 coming.
In the meantime, we have a draw on board number 1, match number 1, Nino Batsiashvili versus Bibisara. So it still leaves the match very even. Still early to see.
Okay, we are waiting here. While we are waiting, let's check has something changed in Arjun's game. Okay, now it's, and then okay, we will have a handshake very quickly. Let's just briefly check other games here. White has made a significant improvement. Black is better, but still the king is weak. Now if you could, it's hard to win this one, although black might be better because a lot of obstacles around. You know that you're better. This bishop is clumsy, but anyway, if you collect the pawn, you're losing the advantage. So your point is to find another weakness somewhere, but it's not easy to find it. I wouldn't be surprised that that white hold this one. 3 moves away from the 40th move. How is Prague doing? Something has changed. let's check. So we left around here. Black was doing great. And instead of rook e3, which was better move, I suddenly went for queen g5. And now the position is unclear. Engine is screaming, bar is screaming that white is now better, but who knows? I wouldn't be so sure. Queen d2 also. Okay, complicated, because queen d2, of course, it's hard to calculate. You're allowing your opponent this move.
This looks very dangerous.
Yeah, and okay, you need to figure it out that this is safe enough.
Bishop g3 maybe.
But yeah, bishop g3, queen g1 is the point. Yeah, so here it's a bit annoying to be under heavy fire. And now we'll see. This is a test of, let's say, Prague's future in this tournament. If he
manages to overcome this one,
I am content he will recover fully for the last rounds. If here he just missed the moment and I don't know, even gets a draw, probably he will be completely disturbed till the end of the tournament. Not many rounds left.
Yes, only 4 rounds left, guys. So once again, a reminder that it's a very short tournament. We only have 7 rounds. So this is basically half of the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. So queen d2 played, best move. Okay, that's a sign of good shape. Now it's black's turn to be precise. How to go? While we are waiting here for black to find something, let's just check has something changed in Gukesh position. Not yet.
And we have greetings from North Korea.
Oh.
Yeah, greetings back. Thank you for watching us. It's always nice to have players from all around the world. We do have a lot of Indian fans.
Okay, here black is just winning. How is Wei doing? That's some kind of mess. Really hard to understand. Hang on. What's going on here? Don't get it. Black should also be able to hold this one because the position is open and black has a bishop. Okay, I see some complicated positions like this one. It seems that Alan is doing quite well against Aravind. As I mentioned, Husman, Alan Griefeld, low rating, but
you cannot write them off. Yeah.
Here, actually, this is a draw offer, and I know Husman a bit. I think this draw will be taken. Yeah. So I expect a draw here. We have draw on the fifth board in that match as well. And okay, here if Greenfield manages to come up with some initiative, okay, he's some pawns up. Complicated position, but black seems to be doing very well. How is this one going? Okay, Yoyangi pushing. He's doing very well. And this one is mentioned, it's not so clear. Okay, at the moment it seems that Alkaloid is better. They will win, but still not so high as expected. Where to go else? David Anton managed to hold this unpleasant position. We went, so it was around here before. It looks okay, but basically I was overestimating his problems. He was doing fine, but also a good game from white side. Grandelius struggling a bit, Rajabov sacrificing the exchange, having a great position. Kurobov, complete mess. And that's basically it, what we were following. Edis Gurek has won the game, Sarin has won the game. Let's go back. But as I said, I'm expecting Arjun just to, okay, it's a moment maybe to resign. Let's go back to Gukesh. So what has happened? King h8 played, and okay, Gukesh is thinking 4 minutes only on the clock. Let's try to get the camera there.
We are definitely entering some
Ivan is
time
behind.
trouble.
I see him worried a bit for his top boards. Okay, he knows that he will win the match, I guess.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's 2.5 already, but still they need to win high. It's very important for the ending result. And of course, as he said, they're not here to win a medal, they're here to win the medal, the golden one. So you need every single point that you can get.
So it's a moment to play something on the queen side, and Gukesh is hesitating a bit. Sometimes Rauf starts to become more and more nervous in this type of situation, and if he's able to transfer that feeling to you, then also you suddenly start to become a bit more nervous than usual, because Rauf is very emotional, very nervous. B4 plate, yeah, great play by Gukesh. Knight a4 plate. Don't forget, guys, that Rauf Mamedov is one of the best blitz players in the world. And he's just
this in mind.
yeah, blitz addict. He's playing blitz all the time. Last Club Cup, it was funny. There was a bar in Albania next to the playing venue hotel, and you could find in the evening, you can find players like Mamed Jarov, like Mamedov, Fedoseev, Van Forest. They were playing blitz. Even Shevchenko. So Rauf is really a strong blitz player, and he likes to play blitz. So if there any chance to become tricky here,
Now's the time,
he will use it. He will use this skill he has. So he just need to create some mess. But you see how he's shaking and he's nervous. I recall when I was playing against him in this Sarajevo big open tournament, how nervous was he.
We have Sokolov in the back, nervous as well.
Yeah. For example, we have some players who are like really cool-headed, like Caruana, never nervous.
Like Vichy is as well, yeah?
Anand. And you have players who are really emotional. Rauf is one of them.
But still, sometimes it just gives you some kind of adrenaline rush, and sometimes the brain seems to be working better if you have this adrenaline rush.
I know. Now he's trying to get himself into mood that he's in a bar. Chessboard is there, a lot of public, a lot of fans around, and he's enjoying. Maybe even some, yeah.
Okay, so 4 minutes each now. He does not have any time advantage anymore.
But it's, yeah, so Gukesh has made a move, bishop a1. Now Rauf is thinking to push f-pawn or not to push.
Or to keep on still.
He will start rolling his pieces. He will start coming closer to the board.
And is there any way other than f5 to...
I guess not.
know.
F something. F something is the move.
Something, yeah.
F5, F6, whatever. But probably F5 only move. So will he play it? I would bet that he would. That he will.
Maybe that's why he's on his tiptoes.
Yeah, as I said, suddenly he's creating this tension, which transfers what Gukesh seems to be rock solid. So
Yeah, not bothered at all.
While we are waiting for f5, the point is, of course, if you play f5, at least you're stopping g4. And now white, usually it's obvious that white should take. And okay, you're dropping the e pawn. Maybe there is no way to take it. I don't know. If you take on e6, you're dropping d4, two light pieces for a rook, so you won't do it. You will move the queen somewhere, but then this e6 is a target. Bishop targets g7. I think it's quite tough, but it's still possible. I think we have a move. Not yet. Yes, we have a move. What did he play? f5 or not? Queen a7 by Rao. Now blitz mode. Now the engine bar will start to jump because we won't see the most precise because it will be like a blitz mode. He will start posing some problems. Probably Queen a7 is not the best move, but never mind. He will start making some active moves.
I'm keeping an eye on Arjun's game, whether and when it will finish. Just to have that information as well while we are following Gukesh. And yeah, this is incredible. Both of them, if they win, 27.99 point something.
Is this normal that we have at the same tournament?
It's incredible.
Players
I think
who
it's
are
once
chasing,
in a
and
lifetime.
actually it's once in a lifetime, exactly.
Right?
For some players, suddenly you have both of them here. It's really crazy.
Yeah, and as Ivan mentioned previously in the studio, whether they will cross 2800 at the end on the, not on the live list, but on the official list, might be decided in their in the game between themselves.
Okay.
Which is very interesting.
Yeah, that's something I forgot. Gukesh making the best move. Rook to d1. That was the move. I was commentating yesterday with Vichy, with Anand, that that Gukesh seems to be playing much better this, I would say, like time trouble, classical chess situation than handling blitz.
Yeah, this was a discussion yesterday in the interview.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that he will play like perfect in this situation. So 12 moves, many. I know that Rauf would take an immediately before the game to have like quick way finish in the game. But he needs to have something, at least that there is a chance to create something.
I see some angry comments in the chat. Guys, we have 15 minutes delay, so we cannot read the messages immediately because we've mentioned this is anti-cheating procedures.
Yeah.
So
when you switch to another game, we can see this in 15 minutes. So only if
just to make sure.
If you have if you could see in future and ask us somehow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And yes, the entire stream is delayed, so we are watching everything live as it happens in the playing hall, but everything you see is 15 minutes.
And people.
Yeah, but coming back to the game, F5 is on the board.
But a bit late. It was better before. But still, it's also unpleasant. Come on. If we are in Gukesh's shoes, so you have this pressure of the d-file, your unprotected piece. It's not easy to live with that.
And Arjun has just won, so we have this information.
Yeah. f5 played, probably takes f6. Yeah. Is the reaction.
27.99.6, incredible. Yes, congratulations for Arjun on his current live rating.
Big kudos to him. Queen e6, okay, materialistic approach. probably good enough, although you don't want to do it in time trouble. Yeah, Gukesh has everything under control. Fantastic play. Really, because I'm watching, let's say, from my perspective as grandmaster, ordinary grandmaster perspective, sometimes you want to avoid some things, and I'm always surprised how they just enter it.
No hesitations whatsoever.
Yeah, usually advices were not to allow opponents some initiative tactics, so they don't care. They just take the most direct route. Yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately we're not gonna see Arjun in the studio today, but maybe some other day, fingers crossed. We saw quite a big part of the Indian representatives over here, which is of course very exciting for everybody, since they are definitely the top seed individual players in this tournament, and it's always nice to hear from them.
Yeah. So Gukesh is okay, long time, but still 10 moves. He will collect 5 minutes extra if we count increment. So basically you're playing like 7 minutes time trouble for 10 moves. It's not a big deal. 7 minutes for 10 moves.
Yeah, but definitely blitz mode is now something else.
Yeah, but if you could get it, that someone immediately gives you like 7 minutes, that you see it on the clock, and then you play 10 moves. Okay, but when it's
Like
coming
this?
to seconds, it's a bit tougher to handle. Rook d6 played, queen f5 will happen. At the moment, it looks like Gukesh and especially Gukesh, but even Arjun's level is much higher than Prag's, because Prag is suffering. But I know that shouldn't be the case. So you see how the shape and everything.
Yeah, but it can go from tournament to tournament. Everybody can have a bad day, as we've mentioned. But yeah, 2 shaky days so far. We hope that today will be the last one and that he will manage to.
Okay, so what
Get back.
is happening? So of course now if black takes, check, or takes first, let's say check, king s7. White is trying to say that here I will organize some attack. I don't know which way, but probably with queen c2 later, not maybe immediately. Maybe even immediately, knight e4 necessary, and now some smart way of putting pressure. f3, unfortunately I cannot play because my king is pinned, so maybe some king's move. But okay, here is possible to blunder something. So I'm quite curious to see, will Ralph go for it? So bishop d4 or not? Okay, he played rook d5. That's a useful practical choice, because some queen f7 and then he will start targeting differently. Tricky guy.
Yes, and these are the last moves. Maybe we can take a short look of Nordibek and Prague just for a few seconds, or do you want to stay here till
Okay,
the...
no, I can switch for a second. Here, yeah, not much has changed. Black is pushing, but draw is most likely the result. So, or you need to pull a masterpiece to get the win. Here, Prague seems to be surviving, so we were around. Yeah, you don't want to end it up in an endgame, but maybe still Black has enough compensation. Let's stick here. This is the game to follow.
Yeah, the last seconds, definitely.
Last seconds, Gukesh is thinking where to go. If you're following engine, everything looks super obvious, but if you're playing a game,
Not so clear, yeah?
Rook c6.
What
If
is
this
this?
was correct, this no. Okay, engine was not sure.
Giving us a hard break, a hard attack over here.
Something. Rook c6 is a good move. Queen d7, queen c2.
Blitz right away.
Okay, black will still wait with this pin, but the problem is that white has this option at some stage to combine it with abandoning the defense and then with mating threats. Yeah, everything under control.
No queen h3 tricks, something like that. I don't have what to sacrifice, so yeah. Queen g4.
Okay, at least starting to come closer to white's king. I don't see a threat yet.
Yet is the correct wording. Yeah.
Okay, some 94.
94.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Sacrificing, yeah.
Trying to open the doors. 52nd. Abdusatorov is looking. Prague is looking in that direction. Hopefully they won't stand up in front of the camera.
Yeah. But so far we have the good view.
Yeah.
Okay, what to play, what to play? I like how this bishop on a1 is silently threatening something at some point.
Rook d3, okay. Queen d1 is the idea, maybe. Somehow to rearrange the pieces. But maybe not, because then you will be pinned through the knight. Not sure. Yeah, Rook d3 should be a normal move. So Rauf is thinking, 1 minute on the clock. Last move of Gukesh, 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds on the clock, but okay, it's not 1 second hard attack, so 10 seconds is still reasonable. Once you get behind 1 minute, it's still reasonable, no?
Yeah, but when you're watching from a side, 10 seconds on the clock, yeah, always something can happen, like in Dax game, some rook or piece falls down and suddenly you're burning 5 seconds. Okay, still I would say that Gukesh is having under control, but okay, last seconds for Rauf Mamedov. How to move on? King somewhere, or what is he up to? Rook e8. Okay. Yeah, playing some active move. Because it's quite obvious where you're following it with the engine, but I'm just sometimes turning this engine off in my head, and then I see that as a human I would be scared. I'm having this C file where nothing is going on. This mark is protected. I sense this X-ray. This rook is ready to penetrate. Queen is X-raying the king. So in combination, sometimes if I move my knight, I'm dropping this G3 tactics. So it's not easy at all. Knight e4 played. Typical blitz stuff. Okay, last seconds. Let's see. When will Gukesh make a move? 20 seconds. Okay, he will.
And over the board.
He will make it on 10 seconds.
Most probably. Or on the last few?
But this is
This is
now,
the last.
listen, how many more moves? 4 moves. This is Rauf territory.
So it's tricky. Queen e1, okay.
Rauf is
Played
played
on
on
10
last 10 seconds. This is Rauf territory. If I would need to pick up 1 or 2, let's say 1 player out of 3, 4 possible options, he would be in that list. Nakamura, Rauf, these are the tricky swindlers. Queen d7 played. Yeah. Not easy at all. Very tough, very tense. 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 10 seconds, no move left, 6 seconds.
Okay, so we're getting
situation
closer,
is
yeah.
becoming more and more tense. Okay, the problem was of black that he needs to decode this Desperado motive when this knight, which is on the edge, somehow enters at the right moment, and usually it's only one moment where you could.
Bishop d4 exchanged.
Okay, now it's not so clear. He will take on d4, queen takes d4, and knights will start to jump. Rauf is also a player.
D4 or c6?
Yeah. Oh, I can take on c6 as well. I forgot about that. Hang on.
It's a mess.
It's a complete mess. If you take, I take on c6. I don't need to take on d4. Hang on. This is really energy burning.
Maybe some rook h6 in between?
Rook d1 is coming.
No, but it's with check. Yes.
Rook h6. Oh, great. I forgot about that. And rook e4. Fantastic. Fabulous move. Fabulous move. It was missed.
And now it's the bishop from a1 that I said
and if
that
you take,
like.
I take on e4. Fabulous move. I think this was missed by Rauf completely. Fabulous move. I don't know. Gukesh said that this is useful for him to play more, to be in practice, but it looks to me that it's like heart attack practice.
Roller coaster, yeah. Okay, but maybe you don't take, but then I have some rook h8 motive, yeah? Yeah, he didn't take rook h8, I guess I'm expecting this. Or not. Actually, you don't have to do this now. You can just simply retreat the rook.
I agree.
Okay, some crazy spectacle over here.
Yeah, last move for Gukesh before the time travel. Let's stay for a second here. Gukesh needs to make a move, and then the time trouble will be over. 20 seconds. Last move, rook g6 probably. But also bishop d4 is... Okay, he took on d4, queen d4, they are out of the time trouble. White is better, but still, Rauf is a tricky guy when he has knights jumping around. It will be another time travel if I need to predict.
Yes, we've survived the 40th move, but...
he will put some tough resistance. Yeah, white is obviously better, but he will put a tough resistance. Let's just check other games. Here, okay, Abdusattorov is still pushing, but not much has happened. Prague has improved his position. No. Yeah, he has improved his position. And that's basically it. Maybe we should... Yeah, let's see another game. Let's see women's section. We have a guest. So give us a second, guys, and we will come back. So we are back. I have a guest, Nurgul Salimova. Welcome and congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Let's immediately.
I was expecting knight f6 mainly, but she plays Philidor in general to e4. So okay, I had it in my mind.
Okay.
Decided to enter this the main line.
Yeah. Okay.
But she changed something, like she didn't castle, and I was surprised by that. I expected castle all the time, but she chose another line. And okay, I was not very familiar with the position, to be honest. Like, I also play Philidor with black, but this plan I didn't know, and also I don't really play e4 anymore. I mean, rarely. I was e4 player before, so I was not very sure. And okay, I just tried to play stable moves, you know, so nothing big happened.
At one stage, there were some books from Indian Grandmaster Neji, and he was actually explaining and giving some tips, even in Philidor for white. And at some stage, some players abandoned it because of his moves.
Wants me to go h3, and before she castles, you know, there are similar ideas in Italian, for example.
Game, yeah. If you castle and play h3 too early, then but okay, here she cannot go to the queen side so easily, to castle queen side so easily. In Italian, the pawn is on a7, so it should probably be in your advantage.
So I was surprised by g5, because also the center is not very stable at the moment. As you said, the pawn is on a5, so long castle is not very stable for black. And I played I also thought that I just played normal moves, so it doesn't look like I made some mistakes. So I
okay, let's check how it went. So you started to transfer the knight. It's also useful.
Yes. And I was worried about g4 here, actually. Okay. And hg4, knight g4, and I was gonna give the bishop, go knight g3, knight takes e3, rook takes e3, and I saw maybe knight b6. Or I'm not sure, bishop somewhere retreat.
Somewhere, yeah, okay.
And okay, I was not sure. I mean, I liked it because just knight f5 comes. It looks okay for white. Like, my structure is more not passive.
Yeah, it's stable. Yeah.
Yes.
It looks better for white.
And I think I'll get one of the bishops, so it will not be two bishops anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so she went. She took a different route. She took on e4.
I was happy about this because I saw this bishop d3, all these tactics. I mean, I didn't calculate everything, of course, but I saw that it's very risky for black.
Bishop d3.
What if knight c5? Actually, I was not very sure.
This one.
Yes.
And for engines is easy, but
I think I have again knight e5 for sure. I also maybe have bishop takes c5, knight takes c5, some knight g3.
Okay, that's the human way. Sometimes this is Magnus style, that he just opted for this type of compensation. It's very annoying to play this position with black.
I mean, I really like these weak squares and attacking and, you know, like this stuff. So, okay, it looks good. But also knight takes e5, I think, should be working.
Because queen e5, there is tactics, bishop e4. Yeah.
Maybe that was her plan, why she went knight f6.
Okay, yeah, to shut the diagonal.
Yes. But okay, anyways, I can take.
Okay.
Yes, and
If queen takes
queen e5, bishop
again,
d4.
again, and then bishop takes e4, I guess.
Yes,
Besides the issue. So she played
bishop e6.
Okay.
Knight c4. Well, I thought that I just stop castle, long castle, and positionally I should be better.
Yeah, this looks like some kind of critical position.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what black should do actually.
Because now she's regretting this g5, also a5 is not easy to find.
Yeah, and also, okay, I have always this knight d4s. It looks bad for black in my opinion.
Okay, so she took this decision.
I was very surprised by this bishop.
This is drastical measure, but probably she couldn't stand it.
But I understand because okay, bishop. If let's say bishop takes d8.
Okay.
No, rook takes d8 perhaps. I don't know actually.
Yeah.
And okay, I don't think it's easy to play this. Now I also see Angel doesn't like it, but also during the game I thought that it's not so great for me because f2 is a problem, like this dark bishop, so it's not good. And
yeah, you have this check, but it's no.
I don't think it helps. Yeah, so maybe she missed this knight d4, but is it only move? It's not probably.
No.
Yeah, I have many moves.
And just moving the queen, which is I would say the safest option. The most human, and probably this is also probably much better for white.
Yeah, so actually the problem in black's position is the pieces, how passive they are, no coordination, and not the material that I can take.
So you play knight d4, which is the best move.
Yeah, I calculated this knight f2, and I don't know, I calculated many things. And here I really wanted to take knight e6.
To sacrifice the
yes,
queen.
Knight takes d1, knight takes d8, I guess.
Bishop d8.
Yes, I have now bishop f5. Yes,
knight
rook d1, and I thought this is winning. I really wanted this, but to knight e6, I saw knight takes h3.
Okay. Check.
Yeah.
And if you take queen, queen penetrates, so you need to play.
Yeah, king f1 perhaps, or yeah.
The king f1 and just say queen h2, so probably king h1 is best because you're controlling now the square. Yeah,
but now if f6, because if I take on h3 again, queen g3. But I have rook e3 perhaps.
Okay, if you take queen g3, you said.
Yeah, but rook e3 I have.
Yeah, rook e3 or rook e2 probably should be good enough.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to risk this knight h3. I wasn't sure. And queen f3 also looked very clean to me. Because here also I was scared of some knight h3, gh3, g4. I mean, it's clear that it's winning, but you know, I always, look for things. So, okay, after knight d3, just knight c6 should be completely winning easily.
Okay, that's a nice shot.
Yes.
Queen is attacked.
It's also easy to miss this, I think.
Yeah. Queen f4 played, but now you just got the piece up, right?
Yes. Although I was still a bit worried because this e7 knight is kind of trapped. And okay, it's not like a clear piece up yet, I think. And I was careful. I don't know, engine is, for him it's easy, but for me it was not 100% clear.
Rook d3, knight e5, this took some time.
Yeah, well,
7 minutes.
just in case, you know, trying to be careful. And also I had some other idea. No, I think, yes, knight e5 is good, rook b3. I was thinking if I could just take on a5, for example, and if you rook e8 kind of things, if you take on e7, I have bishop d8. So that was also winning.
And the rook is not hanging, so for example, this is the point,
Yes. But okay, just this bishop d4, knight f7 looked easier.
Yeah, nice touch. It looks like a sort of perfect game from your side.
Yeah.
Not many mistakes, nothing.
Well, maybe in the opening, yeah. But after that, the calculations look okay.
Yeah, now it's just that lost.
Yeah.
Combine it with some mating your piece up and combining with mating threads.
Here also, I don't know if it makes any difference, but I thought knight c7, king a7, and bishop d4, king b8 takes knight a6, and you cannot go to b7, so king c8 and knight c5 or rook e7. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any difference anymore.
Yeah,
but,
it's probably.
yeah, I try to be as clean as possible.
So you play knight d4, rook takes c1. Okay. Knight b5 is also possible. Yeah. Because
True. Yeah, the same.
But also bishop g3 looks.
Yeah.
Very nice game. And now checkmate will.
Yes.
Yeah, very nice game from your side.
Thank you.
How was your experience in Global Chess League? So you played in London, to be surrounded by so many top players.
Yeah, it was just a week ago. It was really nice. Like the time control was very unusual, like 20 minutes with no increment. And as you said, like everyone is a very top player, like world champions, candidates, and everything. And I was in team with Vishyant. My teammates were Parham, Arjun, Vaishali, Murzin, and yeah. I mean,
how was the atmosphere, for example, after the match? They were giving you some insights, some tips, or it's more like hanging on with?
The problem was that our tournament didn't go very well, so we didn't have this great mood after the matches. But I believe that but we had these talks, like these team meetings, and like joking, laughing together. It was very nice.
Cool.
Yes, and I'm very happy that I was part of it. And I think it's really a great project for chess because it was everywhere, literally, like on social media, some TV, yes, on the TV. So I think it's very important to have more events like that.
Great. You were also playing in candidates. How is that experience?
It was tough. Yeah, it's been half a year. I'm still trying to recover. But it's candidates, so I don't complain. And I believe I got a lot of experience from that, like very important games, very tough preparation. And after that, my year was a bit shaky. I dropped some rating, but I think I am learning many new things, and I understand that it's okay.
Yeah, just to remind our viewers, you qualified through World Cup, right? As a finalist,
yes.
Knocking out some really good players. So yeah, World Cup plus candidates, and now this Global Chess League. Yeah, it's probably really useful experience. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good luck in your next rounds, and thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, let's switch for a second, and then Dragana will join me. How was your game? Oh no, that's you, Dragana. No, I'm just joking.
Next year. Maybe I should have played this year as well, but I wouldn't make it to the studio.
Yeah, last year you were acting as an arbiter.
Yeah, in the rest I was an arbiter. This year I could have played actually.
Oh.
Maybe in the open section as a reserve for Gambit, but
Playing in the main hall.
playing in the well, I don't know. Maybe I would have played for like one game or two maximum. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe next time.
Yeah, let's check the games. Actually, this win by Salima was really like clean.
Perfectly executed.
Yeah. So she played really well. Always nice to see when players are playing great games and coming to our studio. So let's see what has happened on top boards. So before we switch to open section, so we left around here. Yeah, liquidation, and we know that this is steering to a draw. Dinara Wagner usually is very well prepared. Her husband Denis is a very good grandmaster, and yeah, this was known for Karpov's games. Karpov was playing this stuff with white. Also some other grandmasters. So this is all known, but yeah, Dinara is usually playing much sharper with white than with black. Here she played quite a good solid game to make a draw against Divya. It's a very good result, which takes us to the last two boards, and here white is struggling a bit, but it should be a draw, but black Theodora is on better side of the draw. If guys, you remember, I was commentating in some women's event, and Marcel, she's a great tactician. Sometimes she really pulls out some great stuff. Actually, I think it was a game against Sandra Djukic, when in the last moments she has found some trick. So she's very sharp.
Many games actually where she manages to find something.
But sometimes in some dry positions, end games, she can really surprise. No, opposite. She's surprised by playing some much weaker moves, and this type of opposition is not her cup of tea. So I wouldn't be so surprised that, although probable assessment is that it's a draw, that here Theodora gets some chance to win, because this is not Marcel's best position. She likes here. Ulvia is under some pressure. Guys, you can remember what I was saying about opposite card bishops, always that always some side can put a pressure if heavy pieces are on the board, especially queens. So here white seems just to be winning. So if Joka Gal wins,
Theodora needs
seems
to
that Super
win
Chess
as well.
is losing this match, because then Theodora, even with the draw, they will prevail. Aika.
Yes, my bad. Yeah.
Okay, Zagnitze lost. That's a surprising result.
Yes.
Because with white, she's playing very good. We had this issue with the electronica board, which was fixed thanks to our live transmission officer. Here it seems that white, hang on, white is a pawn up. Just a healthy pawn up. Something went horribly bad. So just winning. And black started to throw everything on white.
Keep rolling.
Still completely winning. Okay, but usually when bullets start winning around your king, even top players start to make mistakes.
But look at this. I mean, just for a second, you have a pawn on f3 and g4 and h4. Doesn't it look super scary?
I don't know. It looks that this material should be enough. Yeah, okay. 93. So if she makes 93 to consolidate, okay,
H3 maybe? Or is it too soon for h3?
No, I
You're
think
just closing up.
here she got wrong. Rook came to e2. Another mistake, queen b4. You cannot take with the king because queen comes to f2. Rook g2, h3.
Take on f2, no? And you have only one check left. Amazing.
Yeah.
And no defense, yeah? Simple as that?
Crazy, I'm shocked. How black was completely losing all the time and suddenly black is just winning.
But Alina threw everything out and she managed to create chaos.
I'm not sure that I have seen that Nana has lost similar stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, it
she's
is
usually
very
controlling
unlikely.
everything. Okay, but her teammate has won the game on the second board with black. No, hang on. Yes, with black. But how do you win this position? I was telling you that this position is very solid. Slightly better for white, but okay, the way how she played Adela became worse. Okay, this is a mess. Don't want to dig too deep. And Olga is winning. And Urkzala as well. Okay, so they will win anyway, right? Yeah, they will. This loss won't affect them. Solakidu against Goryashkina. Okay, it seems that Stavrula is doing quite well. She's not risking anything. Really hard to speak about this. Vaishali, she's better. I don't know how much, but she is. Krastel has made a draw, and last board, Pets is just winning. Maybe it's a moment that we go back. We can maybe say about some results. Anything unexpected?
Besides this, Bill Alina's win,
Yeah, Sremska Mitrovica is winning. Salimova is...
Okay, Radmila Kovacic got a win versus Kalinina. Nice result. So Gambit Bonvoy is having some tough time.
I see that
It's now
Tončeva has
1-1, yeah? Yeah, versus Lilia Drljevic.
No? Or he lost?
She won. She won versus Lilia Drljevic.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
So this is expected.
Let's switch to men's section or open section. While we are preparing, you can check the camera from
the playing hall.
Yeah. Yeah, some games are still in progress, but it's obvious that the playing hall is getting empty. Okay, let's check what's going on the board. Let's check. I don't know, do we have a camera of Gish game? Yes, we do. Let's stick for a while there.
So what happened after Rook
h6, King g8? So Bishop d4 maybe was the move which will be regretted by Gukesh, because if it was 40th move, it's a tough decision because you can play Rook g6 anyway. And this way he maybe gave a chance to Rav to regroup. I'm not sure. As I mentioned, I do expect another time trouble. I know the player, and
This was your conclusion,
So
yeah.
now they are already on 18 minutes, and not much has happened. Let me check Abdusatorov. Noderberg, okay, has made some improvement or not? Maybe not. It won't be easy for him, but his opponent is quite low on time. Already 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. Prague, okay, it seems that Prague has managed to outplay his opponent, so that's a good sign for Super Chess because he will recover. Vei has made a draw, and we have draws in Greenfield, draws in Kuzman as expected. I told you, which means that Arjun is a hero in that match.
Yeah.
Okay, Yuangi is okay. It's better, but they will just win a tough fight, narrow match.
We have some greetings in chat from Outpost Chess. So
Okay.
Greetings back to Lena, yeah?
Rajabov has won his game. Mamedyarov has made a draw. Horobov lost.
Krogov lost?
Yeah, E4 player. His D4 player playing E4. What has happened here? Okay, come on, he was just winning. What went wrong? Again, some kingside issue, I guess. He started to come back. Okay, still, yeah. If you take rook or knight e4 is probably rook e3 and then knight e4 will come. He misplayed it completely. Sleepless night ahead of Anton.
Yep.
So what does this mean for this match? If Koropov has lost the game, okay, Rajabov won it, others are draw. Okay, they will win anyway. They will win anyway, but very narrow. Maxodlo has won his game. Sarin, yeah, they're winning easily. So let's go back, let's check. Let's check the first board, what's going on. Let's stick there for a while. Will Mamedov be able to create anything?
I saw that Robert Markusz has won versus
Suat Atalik?
Atalik,
Okay.
yeah. Which was the game we mentioned, I almost said this morning, but it was just a few hours ago.
How about chat? Any comments, any remarks?
Oh, we have some discussions in the
Yeah.
chat, but if I see a question, I will
Yeah, do it.
interrupt you.
So let's think about this position. As I mentioned, it will be tough against Rauf, and I see that Rauf is walking around. Now he's in his type of position. White is better, but you need to find the most precise way. What do you think? Has Gukesh checked Arjun's result?
I actually didn't even see him stand up. Well, okay, we weren't following all the time, but maybe not right now.
No, I think after the time trouble, he stood up.
Okay, after the time trouble, yeah, but during this previously to 40 moves, no. Even though Arjun has finished prior to that. Maybe taking a glance, of course, but I believe that his full focus is over here on the board.
So what do you do with white? You can play a free, let's say the most concrete way, and now black can give up. Okay, you cannot take, this is the trick, maybe that was missed. Yeah, sorry, 92. I was thinking this position
Take,
and then
and then
black
92,
wins, but
yeah.
here it's bonus. I play knight e2 and I take the whole queen. So rook a3, what do you do? f3, knight g3, rook c8, f3, knight g3. You need to play this type of move. Come on, this will end up in a draw. Some h4 is falling. Let's say like, yeah, the most. I cannot take on b4 because of queen e6, x6. I spotted just now. Yeah.
Board full of tricks.
Now probably this type of move, and if you take on b5, then this rook is hanging. I'm trying to collect one of those pawns. Okay, they are already calculating. They are far away, so they see this. Okay, f3 just one of the possible candidates. Rook b3 is another one.
And yeah, they're currently out of the time trouble, so still some time to think. And the matches so far alkaloid 3-2. Yeah, as you've mentioned, Arjun definitely seems like the man of the match. Novibor is leading 2.5 to 1.5 versus Vados Chess Club. And yeah, we have 3-2 Bajegan Pending Chess Sports Club versus Kfar Saba. So this is the results that we already have. Turkish Airlines already have won their match 4.5 to half point. One game still in progress, but nevertheless, the match is heavily won. But yeah, Tabatabai is still playing and seems like he's going to win anytime now versus Yuri Stochek.
Rook b3 maybe, I don't know. Now I'm just thinking while I'm checking. Yeah, I'm just checking, is there a chance that we get another guess?
Yep.
But yeah, Gukesh, time trouble faster than expected. Ten minutes? Yeah, Mamedov is really tough opponent to crack. I know him well. This scenario, to be able to come out from that position against Gukesh, this middle game, as I said, if I would need to choose one or two players.
You made the right predictions.
Yeah, I know him well. Very, very tricky player. Skillful. Blitz player. Now it's not fun at all for White if he wants to win, of course. Probably f3 immediately forces to a draw. But now Gukesh is calculating so many stuff. Rook b3 to protect the b pawn, abandoning a pawn at some stage. King g2 to prepare f3 to move away from the pin, and e2 tactics fork. Now he's calculating, but it takes some time. Any results while we are waiting for Gukesh to make a move?
I'm just checking the ladies section. We have 2 level matches so far. The first 2 matches, Elizabeth Petz has won. So MŠK Center is
Yeah, probably they are
losing this one, currently, at least. Serbia and Sremska Mitrovica have already won their match. We had Nurgul in our studio. Besides her, Leia Garifolina won her game. So this was enough with the draw on the first board between Gunay Mamadzada and Fan Forest to have secured the winning point, match point. And the rest is still ongoing.
7.5 minutes. Really long time. Mamedov. So, in the end, what was the better choice, to play black against 2500 than white against 2650?
Okay. I was luckily right.
No, I really thought that it might be tougher for Arjun, but then Michalevsky started to play like he's Arjun, sacrificing everything. Yeah.
Maybe it gets something. I don't know, if you're playing chess one way your whole life, for example, for I cannot say older generations, but not the newest generation. You're playing chess one way your whole life, and suddenly it becomes way more. I cannot say way more dynamical, but all of this new opening stuff and checking with the engines and everything, as Anand said yesterday, they're taking way many risks than previously. They're not just trying to be safe in every single position, and suddenly you have to adjust. Do you think that it might maybe make some, I don't know, go on you, for example, at some point, that you try to play like that, even unconsciously?
Yeah, it's possible. You see some players playing that type of chess, and suddenly you think that, you should also keep up with that. But I know that some players, I mentioned this before, Bojan Kurajca, he was World Junior Champion, Grandmasters, actually with his 70 plus, and still at some stage he was like 70 years old and 2500, which is really respectful, because some players becoming senior, becoming older, are really dropping many rating points. And he said he was an E4 player, and then he switched to D4. Why? Because he was playing against some Serbian grandmasters in I don't know, 60s, 70s maybe, against Matanovic, maybe, I don't know, Ivkov. When I was playing Gligoric, I was playing with white. I was entering Rui Lopez, and suddenly I was fighting for my life as white. I was worse. And he switched to some off-batch repertoire, D4, G3, but still being tactician. So actually he adjusted his repertoire to like modern circumstances. He was not ready to fight hard for the opening advantage, but he still kept his way of play sharp, tactical, and so on. So sometimes it's possible that you just openings, but still keep up with your style. If you're a positional player, okay, play it that way, because the toughest is for your opponent, that if you are playing what you know best. I saw some question that someone asked why Erik Hansen was not here. He's not here because he was playing for Offerspiel last year. Magnus first board, I think Sadvani second board. Third board was playing in Pranav, Indian player as well. No, Tari. I think Tari maybe third board, Pranav fourth board, fifth board Erik Hansen, and then Urkedal or someone.
You got 5 out of 5?
No, Christensen.
Christensen. Yeah, board
Johann
number
Sebastian.
6.
Actually, now he's Christensen is like 2670 or something like this. He played in Croatian League. He's just scoring heavily. He played some tournaments Similar way like Gish and Ergaisi. So he's risking a lot playing some tournaments where he needs to score like 8.5 or 9 out of 9, and he manages. Yeah, and Benjamin, yeah, greatest to him. He was a substitute last year. So what's going on? Queen e1, a weak move according to the engine, which means that Gish, okay, he has some plan, but I'm quite curious. Okay, it's really tough, guys. It's really tough to recover. You have maybe you didn't get over it because you're thinking about opening, maybe about time scramble and so on, and suddenly you need to get new energy to find some really new
To
codes.
switch very
But
fast,
this is exactly I was saying a few days ago, 2 days ago, or yesterday, and I was also commenting this with Vish. Suddenly you have zeros, and it looks so tough. The position is extremely imbalanced. You see that how focused is he now. But if Rauf now makes a mistake, Gish will find the way to exploit it, no matter how complicated will it be. So this is this quality. So 0, 0, zeros, in balanced position, and opponent suddenly makes a mistake, and there is only one way with like 15 precise moves, he will make it.
Yeah, but at some point you see the engine, it's 0, 0, 0, but you then need some understanding to see that, okay, maybe it's 0, 0, 0 for the next 10 moves, but at some point, for example, white is good and you can have 6 different options to play and for it still to be 0, 0, 0, but black has only 3 options, then 2 options, then 1 option, and what we usually say, it's easier to play with one pieces or another. So yeah, it's engine evaluation is true, but it can be in a way deceiving because you really need to.
Yeah, because now, for example, let's say this position, and we have engine analysis. Now someone should explain this to audience. Okay, let's say that if I have some more time, not to comment and not to discuss with you, and then in this particular moment, you give me like 5 minutes, I will go through the engine analysis, and then I will come back with conclusion. Okay, engines are saying that white is better, plus is that, but at one stage, first 3-4 moves are quite obvious, 5th move is almost impossible to find. And there are 3, or at some point there are 3 ways to claim advantage. When you have 3 ways, it's quite logical that he will be able to find it and so on. Also, this leads to an endgame. This leads to an endgame where you need to have like superb Magnus-style technique to win it, this advantage. Or this advantage leads to a slight plus for white, but with weak king of black and attacking possibility when your opponent will easily go wrong. So it's not just numbers. You can also say what it's behind it, which type of position, which suits one player or not. Is it an end game where someone needs to play subtle maneuvers for like 20 or 40 moves? For example, here the point is why white is claiming advantage, because white has 3 pawns and a rook. But the thing is, those pawns, okay, this one, not possible to advance. Those 2, if I start advancing, I will weaken my king. So basically, what can I do? I can only do surround. I play around it, and then we can say, okay, where is my advantage? Because I'm playing without those pawns. I'm playing with rooks, and if I start playing with rook, I'm piece down, basically, because 2 light pieces against the rook. Okay, those pawns have some useful role that they're covering my king. Without them, it will be much worse for white. But it's not just numbers. So sometimes you want to have equal position, but clear your experience and your understanding will get through it very easily. But sometimes you see, for example, for last like 7 moves, 10 moves, how many inaccuracies actually were played by both sides.
Yeah, and we're debating whether it's 0.0, 0.4, or 0.6. I see some comments in the chat. Guys, it's, yeah, it is important, but we have so much more moves in the game, so it's not like this is the final decision, of course not. So we have still a lot to be played.
No, as I said, it's maybe even easier for black. He sticks to his guns, just stick to his knights, and wait for white to come up with some subtle maneuver. And whatever white tries, there is some hole left behind, and which might be exploited. So I don't know. Maybe if you put this position to 10 top players, will you take white or black? Who knows? Maybe some of them would have taken black.
Yeah.
Which is
It
strange,
would be
since
interesting
edges say that it's a slight plus for white. But in practical play, it's easier to make mistake with white than with black.
And yeah,
And we are
collecting the pawn and b4.
And 4 minutes on the clock. Come on.
And saying, okay, show me what you got.
Okay, of course, this might be immediately some kind of draw. I don't know. Let's calculate. Rook takes. Maybe I should take different route. No, I can take with this one. Okay, if you take, I take. You take with the knight, and probably I'm just checking. And that's a draw, but of course you don't want to enter it. So you don't want to show some kind of weakness, because you will end up in a piece down. So rook f3, rook b4, yeah, that's an option. Probably won't happen, but at least he knows that he can go into that direction. Because every move now engine says or offers, it would be great if you would have like description. So I'm playing rook a7 with the point that afterwards I can transfer my queen and a rook on the g file and create. I'm playing king g2 because I'm avoiding that. If you just give me the moves, I won't be able to find. So some description. What is the role of that move? So what is the role of king g2?
Then we would be out of jobs, yeah?
Yeah.
Basically.
So someone is saying that I can abandon. No, not in this way. I don't know when is this rook king g2 a move. Okay, maybe now we are watching. I don't know. I was watching chat, so my bad, because it's delayed, so the viewers are not seeing this position. So rook b3 played. Okay, black is not worse. So, is Ralph a gambler? Will he go for it? 3 minutes on the clock. Somehow not to think about more than making a draw.
You think so? It would
No,
be
I'm asking you.
to see.
What do you think? Is it possible to have this kind of spirit that you are ready even to start thinking about winning?
I think it's always possible, but I don't know.
So okay, let's put it this. Let's make it differently. Let's put it differently.
Percentage?
Let's say, yeah. How high is the percentage now in his head that he's thinking about possible win? And I will tell you my opinion, but I'm waiting for your first.
All right, maybe some 30, 35.
This is high. Come on. Who would?
Okay, I don't know.
Come on. So you're a very ambitious lady. To play against Gukesh, against the machine, 2800 candidate.
Okay.
Come on. I was waiting for you that you will say like 5%, or that maybe some brave 7%, like 35%. Really? Come on. And first you want to make a draw at least, or no?
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, 35%.
Okay.
So you are a gambler.
Optimistic.
So you are a gambler. I didn't know this. No, I would say everything more than 15% would be very high.
Too much, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. We will stick to your prediction.
No. Of course, I can be wrong, but really, it sounds super brave.
Well, I don't know, just collecting the pawn on before and...
Come on, your king is weak, 2 rooks. Stockfish is opposite of you.
Yeah, okay, Stockfish, we know the evaluation, but still.
No, I'm saying about as a player, he calculates everything. If he's
Yeah, I calculate
in
nothing
his
at this
prime,
point. Yeah.
prime, he's like machine, yeah. King h2 played. Okay, now it's Rauf's turn. But in this role, I'm not sure who would be my choice. Now Rauf maybe wouldn't be my choice, first choice, in this type of position. Because now you need to have different. The worst is over.
Okay, but they're again entering some time trouble.
Yeah, but different circumstances.
Position,
Yeah, now it's more for the player who can be a little bit more patient, not so tricky. Now it's more to maybe postpone some decision, not to be active all the time. Now some different. Now some maybe some. Yeah, Fabiano Caruana with black or someone would be dealing with this type of position very well. Because the worst is over. Now you are. Now it's not clear.
But somehow, I don't know, Gukish needs to find a way, and only 2 minutes on the clock, of course, he's
okay,
one of the best players now, but
like 30 seconds, your opponent can easily come up to 3-4 minutes if you don't make all the best moves.
okay, and for example, what would you...
Okay, of course, first idea is to connect or to protect the knight even more. The second thing would be to take on a2. Okay, so let's maybe put it this way. If he takes on a2, he wants to make maybe a draw. If he plays b4, he's maybe thinking about something even more. Nine minutes. Very tense. Very tense. b4 or taking the knight, or maybe some useful move, I don't know, maybe moving the king, who knows, because Rauf knows to play this type of things.
I somehow like this before. You're fixating the pawn on a2. Maybe you can switch some rook a2 or something. Even though it's not protected now, so you do not have to attack it 5 times, but...
Yeah.
seems like a tiny little progress in the position, and you're still waiting for your opponent to find a way. And
I think it's a moment just to underline coordination of the pieces, how important is in chess. So everything gets along. That's very important. Although they call this deadly network or coordination, because let's say if we exchange pair of rooks and the queen, and suddenly you place your rook here, your knights in endgame are badly placed, because they cannot move. But in the middle game, they're controlling central squares, and they are protected. That's an important asset of black at the moment.
they are very unpleasant. Somebody in the chat asked whether tomorrow is a rest day. No, guys, we have only 7 rounds, so no rest days, so that you can come back tomorrow as well.
Only one tip or one info is that the last round is starting an hour earlier.
Nothing else is changing, yeah.
So 2 p.m. Our time, Central European.
And seems like somebody has done their calculations saying that Gukesh has 20 days, something around like 20 days to become the youngest 2800.
Probably compared to Firouzja, right?
Yeah, compared to Firouzja, of course. So this is the explanation of those 20 days, guys. I'm not completely sure. Yeah, we were
we were
calculating yesterday, but I
think we were
take the pen and
close
paper.
to conclude the similar
yeah, the similar
thing. 7 minutes. Yeah, as I said, now it's different decision to make. As I said, to be tricky, to be to swindling a bit, then you know which type of moves you are searching. It's usually some psychological. The quality of the moves doesn't need to be like top. It's more like putting psychological pressure on your opponent. But now it's a moment where more it's about the quality. So which move? We have a move? B4.
Four. Yes.
Okay. Sort of. Okay, now in my opinion, like from 15%, he's climbing a bit, but not much. Not more. Not more than 20. Because come on, you're playing against Gukesh, 2800 guy, candidate, and so on and so on.
You asked maybe about his feeling. I don't know. Prague lost. Why not Gukesh as well?
Prague lost in first round.
Yeah, in the first round. Yeah, I don't mean.
No, come on. No, not more than 20%. We could ask. I would ask Ralph when I see him at the dinner or tomorrow.
I would be interested in.
Yeah, and the moment before B4, and so were you thinking about the win? And he said, "Are you crazy?" I was thinking only how to survive, which win.
Yeah.
I say, yes, I saw that he's
minus percentages, yeah.
Yeah. So, which move to make? What a position. It's easy to be a chess fan because new position, context, everything.
Yes. Everybody spinning, everybody rook f4, pinning the queen c4. It's just
crazy position. Crazy.
At one point you see the king on g1 pin, then you see the knight on e4 pinned. It's just pinning all around.
And okay, sometimes in chess you have some games and then you analyze them later. But how to analyze this type of game without this context videos and everything? If you just check the games like informant or I don't know, somewhere, and someone is analyzing and that's it. That's basically it. But you have moves missed, good moves played. But here, context, fight, surroundings, videos, and everything.
It's definitely something different.
Yeah. Also, we are not discussing that, for example, Gukesh is sitting here for a long, and you are in eternal time trouble. You don't have time even to run to toilet. Okay, that can also be something hard to deal with.
But of course, it's nothing that they are not used to, so.
Someone was telling me a story that he was playing a game, I don't know whom, and I will recall someone told me a game about some game Grandmaster, so it was like 2 minutes. Ivan Sokolov told me about this.
Okay.
Ivan Sokolov, but who was his opponent? I will somehow remember. So he's playing against the guy. He was playing against Simutove, only African GM, Central Africa and so on. And he was playing a game and he's like 1 minute on the clock. And he needs to go to the toilet. And he runs and he knows that it will be on like 15-20 seconds left. So he's running and his opponent made a move instantly. And he runs and comes, and it was 10 seconds, so he knew that the opponent made the move instantly. It was a drawish position, but he made a mistake. So his opponent was trying to play using immediately to make a move, and actually he was close to winning the game, but then he made a blunder.
Suddenly somebody standing up on 1 minute. Yeah, this is this is exactly what you were talking about. So you see the game, but you do not know the context of what's going on.
Exactly.
How much time do they have? What's the situation like? As you said, do they need to run to the bathroom? Although this happens very rarely, we have to say, but still, you might get.
Yeah, we can add this factor that the game can take some time and you cannot go to toilet. Let's check just Prag's game for a second. So Abdusattorov has managed to outplay his opponent. How this happened? Time trouble probably, because it was level. And then, his opponent thought that this stuff will yield him something. But basically it was just okay, he played it on the last 3 seconds. That was panic reaction, and he just actually he's completely lost now. Yeah, just winning. And Prague.
I see that we have a new camera view.
Okay, we will check this later, but let me hang on. So Prague is winning. So he will take with the knight, and it's right colored bishop.
Prague is winning. Oh, he came back.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Gukesh's game. We have a move. Played on last 2 seconds.
Hard.
And now black is winning.
Rook g4.
Okay, so Rauf is now thinking about the win, for sure.
Okay.
Now Rauf is in the mode. That would be a crazy upset. So Rook g4. Okay, he just panicked. He played it on last 2 seconds. Probably he wanted to do something else. Rook e8, another tricky move. And now instead of moving a queen, he went for Rook g4, which...
What's the winning move here?
Something connected with the pin, I guess. So queen c6. And if you move queen somewhere, how? Where? Actually, where? Knight d2 is, knight g5 is coming.
Tricky knights, very tricky knights.
Okay, that's a really crazy outcome, yeah.
Yeah, but it's hard to find a move for white at this moment.
No, I don't know what he do, and Rauf has enough time to play. Okay, Gukesh panic.
Queen c6 is completely logical. You're protecting the rook on e8, you're protecting the knight on e4, you're threatening to jump somewhere.
It's not a hard move now for Rauf. He will play queen c6 because he played rook e8. So what was the idea behind? He didn't want to allow knight d5. Okay, now if you go knight d5, I don't get it. I'm really curious what was the logics behind. Queen c5. Really?
Targeting f2.
Also a good move, maybe. Last seconds.
Wow, this is some big drama already, guys. Rook f4. Is this a draw for? Do you think
Okay, now we have your percentage.
We're climbing up.
Okay, now... Yeah, because your opponent is playing on last seconds. Now I would say it's 50-50. Maybe even more that Rauf will go for it. Come on, when will you have next time this type of position against?
True. And especially the situation on the clock, but... And now I believe Rook f4 is some kind of a draw for, no? Or maybe not immediately, but...
I was never of this level. I was level 25, 90, 50 or something. But guys, it's really hard for me to explain how tough it is now to play. Oof. You're playing against Gukesh. You see some positions, but some moves. Of course, engine just throws the line, but you're uncertain. So many things. Clock is ticking. Oof. Yeah, this is really tough for me. And only good thing for me is that I'm not in the playing hall. If I would be in playing hall, and then you could add extra like 50% of drama there, because there you sense it. Okay, so once he might repeat it. Now I'm curious, will Gukesh realize that rook g4 is a bad move? Also, very tough psychological situation, because you are basically betting or testing that your opponent rook g4, maybe your opponent will go for a draw, but you know it's a weak move. You noticed, so maybe you can play, but you're not sure
True,
if you are playing differently. There is no draw offer. Basically, this is some kind of silent
very
draw
important
offer.
moment. 5 seconds on the clock.
He didn't play, or
I cannot see. Do we have it on the computer?
Not yet. Rook f3. Okay.
F3,
This
okay.
is a very important quality. Only few players in the world could stand this pressure that his opponent is repeating the moves, but you're not fully sure. That's very tough. Very, very tough. Now, Rauf will, of course, regret this. He will get some fellows or friends who will immediately after the game say, Queen c6, you're winning.
What drama. Okay, rook f3. How do you continue now with black? Do you still attack the
Okay, you need to protect the rook. Basically, rook.
Knight f6? Isn't this a bit
No, it's a good
passive?
move. No, it's a good move. But still in this. Okay, it's a good move. Hang on. I cannot sit still. I cannot sit still, Dragana. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, this is the drama that we like to see. Okay, and rook e3 now, or because if you just
Rook e3, knight g4. So you need to. So knight g4 is coming. So
yes, knight g4, of course.
Queen d2. Okay, knight g4 will be played.
Or rook e2.
Rook e2, queen d8, queen d3, exchanging the queens. But
yes,
maybe this is not also enough. Rook e2 for sure is also coming, but queen d8, king. Rook f6. Okay, this is also this is also hard to find. Hang on.
Especially on 30
Hang
seconds,
on.
yeah?
Played on last 3 seconds. Also, you see how now Gukesh is. Now you cannot stand still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked Vichy yesterday how this is typical pose. Come on, here I see that he's very worried, very worried.
Okay, and the game is finished. So let me just see, I guess.
Satarov has won the game. Of course, this doesn't help that you hear so many sounds next to you. It's not a world championship match. Rook e2 played by Rauf. Now Rauf will start also to become more and more
shaking. Yeah. Will we see queen d8 on the board?
Yes, king h7, and he will take on f6 for sure. Rook takes f6.
12 seconds, 10 seconds.
Rook takes f6, only move. Rook takes f6. Will be played. I'm not breathing, Dragana.
I can see. I can hear. Very exciting moment. Will Gukesh find rook f6?
How many seconds?
He only moved 25. Okay, 20 seconds.
What a drama!
20 seconds left. 15. Adjusting the clock next.
10 seconds. Oof.
No.
Queen d3. This loses.
Queen d3.
This loses. Takes. Rook f2. Game over. Checkmate. He will lose the game.
Oh my God.
He will lose the game. Yeah, that's about this blitz qualities. Here you need to have like really crazy blitz qualities to get out of this game. But it's easy to discuss it with engine, but this is really for me one of the toughest game I've seen for a while. Rook f2, rook f2, rook a2. Tough game.
Rook f6, the last chance.
But maybe this is very useful. Okay, this for Gukesh, this 2800 race, okay, of course, but this experience will help you for a World Championship match. Yeah, for sure he will analyze this game. Still, it's possible to draw.
Yeah, nothing is yet decided.
Yeah, maybe it's still a draw, but now of course that black is in driving seat.
What a roller coaster. God. Okay, and they still have only
Rook f2 played.
minutes on them.
King will come up to h3, I guess. Oh,
Knight takes on a2.
well, also possible move.
Just grabbing the pawns.
Yeah, trying to play
You have a passer now.
on this card. Knight c1 is a threat. Maybe it's not a threat. Knight c1, rook e3. Maybe he missed this.
Rook e3,
Okay.
but then some rook f2.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Okay, I was thinking about
But
king g2 or
King
something.
g1,
Yeah.
maybe it's still.
Yeah. Hang on.
e3 is protecting the.
Okay, black is better. Black is better. Rauf is of course aware that the win is very close.
Percentages went way up. In this position.
Just to say to our viewers, we have contacted Arjun for an interview, but probably he was excited maybe about his live 2800 if
Maybe.
you rounded. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, of course, we respect everybody's decision. It doesn't mean that he will not join the studio
Yeah,
in the next
hopefully.
days. If he wants to, he knows that
Yeah.
doors are always open.
Exactly. So king g2 consolidation. Now, yeah, only card to place this b pawn. And what can happen? This can happen that you drop the b pawn and the knight for a rook. So then we will have a rook and the pawn. G pawn against 3 pawns. It should be a draw.
Okay, so nothing is yet decided.
Okay, now is this moment. You can take on b3.
Yeah, that moment came immediately.
Yeah.
So do you think that Trump just wants to make a draw? And
I don't
be
know.
over with this
No,
drama?
actually he wants to make a draw, but that he's on the better side of the draw, if he wants. Okay, so I'm playing a piece up. Everyone sees that I'm pushing. Also, it's sort of pleasure.
If I make it. If not, no big deal.
So rook b3, I think, is the move now. He must make it. Okay, maybe he's calculated, but already he's aware that he should strive for a draw. He took it, right? Rook b3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the move. Okay, black is better, but...
Game number 3 also finished. Prague won, so Prague is back in his shape.
Okay,
Very
now
important
this
win.
game will take some long route. So, yeah, I would say the worst part for Gukesh is over.
Oof, a roller coaster. In the meantime, Yu Yangji is still playing. Novibor finished 3.5 to 2.5. Kamer won his game. Hare Krishna made a draw versus Nisipiano.
Okay, now Mamedov will push forever. Is it a moment that we check with cameras? Do we have cameras maybe available full screen to stroll around a bit? Okay. Let's see what is happening. Okay, we have a new game. We have Vasily Ivanchuk. Accreditation is on his back, if I'm not mistaken.
As usual.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
He's
match
playing
number
for
9.
French team. We will check this game. Let me offer you a board as well. So let's go to this game. So Chucky was our guest yesterday. So today he's playing against Jungmin Seo, but okay, it's just that draw. So we will have a handshake very soon. Although sometimes he was making some strange stuff with this type of position, so I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to push in this dead draw position for a while. So, chat, I guess, is reacting.
Chat is
Screaming.
screaming. Yeah, for Gukesh, of course. So many comments, and whether he will be the youngest or not, and calculations. 18 days, 19 days, 20 days. So, yeah. We are very excited here in the studio too.
Okay, so let's check the other cameras. What do we have left? We have women matches, or some of them. Let's check if we have some camera which is available. Yeah, Stavrula against Goryachkina. Rook's endgame, right? Or
yeah, and we have Narvamai versus Vaishali in the back.
it's a rook and a bishop. It will be a rook and a bishop against a rook and a pawn. Okay, Goryachkina is pushing, but the draw is most likely the outcome there. And Vaishali.
Who said this is a draw? Is
Yeah,
the birthday girl getting the best birthday present ever?
We will have 2 draws in that match, and wait, Elizabeth Petz lost the game.
No, she won.
Okay, but why?
Or?
No, she won, but I'm getting a wrong result here in results. So Elizabeth was white, right?
Yeah, let me check on chess results, but yeah, Elizabeth was white.
Yeah, and then that means that Monte Carlo is winning the match.
Yeah.
3 draws on the first board and decisive.
Narvamai has just finished, so.
Hang on. How black won? Who is black?
But they're switching. I don't know. It's just okay. Let us check. Let us check. Actually, I will try to.
White won, and white is Elizabeth, right?
Elizabeth is white, yeah. But I will check for sure, since we have this info changed quite a few times, or maybe we're seeing something wrong.
We will check. Okay, so Elizabeth has won the game. That means that Eshek, the Monte Carlo, is winning that match. Quite obvious.
Maybe we can see some other cameras as well, stroll around for a bit. Here we have Julia Osmak playing versus Rogle Laura. Okay, maybe some next camera.
This is the Estonian team. So they're playing on this is the match between Tallinn Chess Club against Javes Modra, and this is Andrea Cristiana against Margaret. But we don't have this game.
live.
Live, but anyway, we can just check. Here it seems that black is faster, that she's just pushing her pawns faster, and it looks just better.
And as you've mentioned, seems like Marcel did make some kind of a drawback, and Todorinets won, so Grudaika is seems like winning that match, since Zsoka Gal's position is just, she's a pawn up in Queen's endgame, so seems like this will be a win for them, and that resting Irina Bulmaga was maybe a good decision for today.
Unfortunately, Prague is not ready to come, but anyway, we would be very happy to have him here in some next rounds. Yeah, let's check. Let's check the moves. So let's go back. Let's see what do we have. Vasily is just moving back and forth, but I don't believe that here anything tangible will happen.
Maybe we have a
Vukesh
handshake.
has made a draw.
Vukesh can make
Yeah, let's go with the camera. Let's run to the first board. Okay, now Ivan is making some comments. Rauf is aware that there was a chance.
Yeah. It's official. The game has ended. The roller coaster has ended. I guess that the Indian fans are a bit sad, but guys, it's only human, and you've seen how many ups and downs this game has had, so...
Crazy fight. Okay, we don't need to stay with the camera there.
And yeah, we are back with the board. Let us just see.
Yeah, what has happened
We
here?
got
Yeah,
something.
this was just a draw. Yeah, not much has happened. It's just that draw. Yeah, tiring game. Let's finish this match. So the final result was 5-1.
Yeah, they scored heavily today, so
Alkaloid has won
3.5 actually.
Yeah,
Arjun was the hero of the match.
yeah.
All of the others draws.
Yeah, very tough.
And Novibor won 3.5 as well, having Kamer as their hero today, so...
It's
Tough matches
surprising. It's surprising. I was expecting different results here. So how about other matches? So which games we have in progress, basically? So Turkish Airlines, in the end, they prevailed heavily, 5.5, right?
Yeah, let me check. Yeah, 5.5. The only draw was on board number 1.
Yeah.
Andreikin's game that we've mentioned. Typhoon won their match versus Zmai, 5-1.
Elektroprivreda from Montenegro.
Yes.
Yeah, he's played very
They
good
lost
match. They only
by-
lost because of
with the minimum, yeah.
last board loss.
And all players from the Montenegrin flag. So I always like to see this, actually.
Okay, let's check what's going on in this match. Basically, this is the last match to follow. So we have 2 games in progress. We have this one, former junior champion, Maurizi. He's black. And hang on, it seems to me that he's just dead lost. Yeah, he's lost against Blomqvist, and we have them on the camera. Don't know if it's possible to zoom it, but We have them there, and behind them one more game in progress.
Yeah, actually, we have a few games in the women's section. Žoka still playing, Tsolakido and Vrnjacka still playing that endgame with rooks and a bishop.
But this match might end up in a 3-3, which is a surprise, because the Swedish team is completely underrated. So players 24, last board is 2200, and actually only Lagarde has won the game. Darda will make a draw, and Maurizi maybe it's, hang on, is it just game over? King d7? What am I missing? Yeah, King d7 is just game over. So we will see a handshake.
So this is match number 9.
Yeah, we will see a handshake now. Yeah, Maurizi is in white shirt, and he will just resign.
Good job.
Yeah, it will be 3-3. Regarding Gukesh game, really, okay, as some kind of grandmaster, I can tell you how hard is it. So many players, good grandmasters, strong grandmaster would go wrong. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Mamedov to be able not to lose in the Open. But what basically was the reason why Gukesh has not won that win that game is the thing is that time travel. So he might become a little bit more practical, because he's a good rapid player, but blitz player not best. When it's time travel, I don't know, somehow in the middle game he will need to start playing maybe some moves not on the like top quality, but a little bit more fast. Because against Mamedov, you're pawn up, but he's putting so much practical choices to you. It's really hard.
Okay, but maybe one more aspect. We know that Gukesh is playing the championship for the world title in just a month. So do you think, or maybe are we sure that he's keeping something away? So in terms of preparation and openings, that he knows maybe something better, but he does not want to reveal it or something like that.
Yeah, I don't believe, basically, because in match, what will happen? In match, you will see one particular opening and then mixing, and basically they will stick to the main lines. And there is one huge difference in a match. Draw is not a bad result. So basically, with white, if you can play sometimes and waiting a little more with black. So it's a little bit different strategy than here. You can just first 1, 2, 3 rounds just test a bit what your opponent wants and then adjust it and so on. It's, as I said, this was a really, I would say, yeah, memorable game. The game has finished and the match has finished. So basically we were not following now anything else. How about women's section? Is everything over there?
Žoka is still playing, but I believe that this should be a draw, leaving Rudaika with a win. And what else? We have Stavrula versus Goryachkina, playing that rook and bishop versus rook and opponent game. And Yulia Osmak.
Okay, we have some games. Maybe it's a moment that we switch to women's section.
Yeah, well, we are finishing the day. You can see Petar Arnaudov in the back, who is currently playing for Gambit, but he's acting as well as their coach, I know, at this tournament. I'm sure that he's helping the ladies, since Mushaka Center and Gambit Asseco are, well, not almost the same club, but something like that. So in the women's section we have Mushaka Center, and in the men it's Gambit.
I'm pretty sure that this one will end up soon. Black would love to come up with rook and a bishop against the rook, but it's not possible since white is just keeping the outpost and this pawn helps. So yeah, I don't believe that here anything will happen. What else do we have? We have, yeah, actually she was completely winning somewhere around. It looked like
the game is
over.
over.
The game is basically over, but Ulvia is a fighter, and somehow she came out, and yeah.
What a motive.
Yes. So many stuff. King G7, king take, queen G5, and maybe this queen E1 was missed, and bishop F3. Crazy tactics.
Every single
and suddenly Ulvia is surviving pawn up.
Crazy game.
And now it's not a pawn up. But hang on. Okay, still, I don't think it's easy to.
Okay, yeah.
But it's now tough.
Yeah, but.
Now it's tough.
Suddenly you have to be very precise.
Yeah, usually you should have your king around here. Somewhere. Or here, let's say to A4. And then you just start checking your opponent, or maybe A5. No, A4, I think. And then checking your opponent not being able to hide, but okay, this is tough. Maybe table basis is needed. So Stavrula's game is still in progress. Here we have Osmak. What's happening here? Who is better? Black is better, I guess. And we have Estonian team, but we don't have this on the. Okay, we have Sandra Djukic. Okay, this is some end game as well.
She's still playing?
Yeah, but basically we will focus on this one for a second.
It's actually very easy to misplay this, yeah?
Yeah, of course. It looks extremely scary. Anything in the chat now? It's a moment maybe.
Chat is following 15 minutes prior to this, so they're in the Gukesh and Rauf drama still. And yeah, this is what the chat is screaming about.
Yeah. I will meet Anand later in the evening. I'm just curious to hear his opinion about this game. It's really.
And you've promised us some percentages tomorrow, so
yes.
We want to hear the percentages.
Yes, exactly. I will ask Rauf. So, what were you thinking about? Okay, of course he can say, I was 100% sure I will win.
Yes.
That's an option. But
yeah, we cannot have the exact moment, but yeah. Or maybe he can come to the studio and tell us himself.
Yeah,
At
yeah,
some point,
that would be
yeah.
actually the best.
The best solution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Joka Gal won, so Ulvia, after a really huge tough fight, somehow went wrong. So, but why she abandoned? I don't get it. Why she start running up?
Wait, but the evaluation bar is just completely still all
Yeah,
the time?
why
It's
to
not-
stay here? Why to go up? I don't get it. So she just went up, and suddenly her queen was down. Okay, king d5 was maybe not played. Maybe she lost on time because this was maybe arbiter's
Putting
adjustment.
the king on the right square so that we can have a result.
But here actually she loses because wherever you place your queen, I'm exchanging the queens, so it's just game over.
Yeah,
So that
the
was
evaluation bar came alive.
yeah. So that was the issue. So she just loses. But here, let's say king g8. I don't get it. King g6, checkmate. So maybe king f8, king g6. You cannot give a check. So that's an issue in this position. So maybe queen grab was not the right way to go. But then your king in front, I don't know if I play some silly move, I don't know which one. Maybe just stay with the king. Maybe this was mistaken. So she took the pawn, so that was a mistake. And how about Stavrula? Okay, not much is happening. But she's still low on time. So maybe we will have a rook and a bishop. And
Yeah, but
here
kudos to Joka Gal. I mean, she has just beat the European champion.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so basically this is the last game, yeah?
Okay, yeah, we have Osmak. We might stick.
She's still playing?
We might stick to that one. So we are combining those two.
Oh, we have a few more pieces in her game. Oh, 3 pawns versus an
Yeah, last seconds. Where to go?
You cannot cross on third rank. You need to go back, but where? Is it the best idea to go in front of the pawn?
But also you're moving away from the knight, maybe getting ready to penetrate over this side. Knight d2 played. Okay, threatening a lot of stuff. Actually, what do you play with black now? That's maybe... You were right. So here maybe queen f5 was more to the point. King g5, knight d2. Now I don't see... Okay, I can play some rook f6. No, I cannot play rook f6. Rook e6. This is the move I can play. But it's check, knight f3. So I cannot. So now she's just dropping the pawn. What she played? Rook c6. Okay, she's not dropping because... Yes, she is. King somewhere. Yeah, she's dropping knight e4. Not according to the plan, but now it's quite obvious that it will be a draw.
And how is the situation in that match? It's 1-1. Fourth board playing as well.
Let's check the fourth board.
Sandra Djukic made a draw.
Okay, here Black, I guess, is winning. But still not clear. Yeah, it should be one. Okay, but how? Yeah. Which move to make? I can start with f3, which looks okay. Black is not risking anything. f3 might be the move.
After c7 is not. You
Yeah,
take
on.
with the
Yeah.
check, okay, but still.
No, knight f3. This loses. Checkmate.
Oh, okay.
So f3. Yeah, but anyways, at some point c7 might be a try. So f3, it's very good move. If you go knight, now I can maybe prepare some deadly stuff. For example, knight somewhere, e2 maybe. Okay, engine bar is just laughing at me. Maybe knight f5 better. Oh, rook a8 back, c7. Also possible option, and to collect the pawn.
Playing on the safe side, yeah? Okay, which leaves us with very few games.
Stavroula still playing? Okay,
Yeah.
rook and a bishop. Now she will suffer for a while.
Stavroula still playing and Maria Manakova is still playing.
Manakova is just winning. So, or I think she's just winning.
Yeah, piece up.
Yeah. King f2. Yeah, here black I guess will win this one. So Osmak just needs to collect the c pawn, and that should be enough. We will switch back then to
the men's section?
No, men's is over.
Yeah.
To Stavroula's game against Goryashkina. Just to explain a few things, but this game will last forever. But this looks like a dead loss position. Several ways. Knight e6, just collect the guy, or king d6 even, and collect it this way. Also should be so. This is the game we have on the camera, right? So king.
No, on the camera we have Yulia Osman. And
sorry.
this is board number 4.
Yeah.
You have it on the camera too, but in the back.
Okay, got it. So king d6 will be played next. Okay, let's check Osmak. So you mentioned. Okay, it's a draw, of course. So here players will move back and forth, but it will be a draw. While here, okay, white has some idea. If you go knight e6, at some stage maybe, or somehow to sacrifice, and then king d6 played, to sacrifice and then to collect it. But how? I don't see how. Now the trick is, of course, if you take, but this
has another trick coming, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work. So she can just take it with the rook. I think Osmak is making a draw. Rook c7 played. And Elvira is on the verge of defeat. Yeah, Osmak is just making a draw. Moving back and forth, I guess. Okay, her opponent still can play for a while, but it's a draw. We'll see if her opponent is ready to call it a day, or she will just
Almost empty playing hall, almost the end of the day. 2 more games that we have.
Yeah.
5. The biggest drama is over.
Okay, here black is just winning. Let's just switch. Okay, she's making a draw against. We will can stick with the camera there, but let's see Stavrula. So basically I will show you guys what you need to know about this position. So let's say that black ends up in a winning position. Let's say like following position. So I'm just like the main difference is that on bishop c3 there is rook d2 stalemate. So this is first thing you need to know. So this is non-Philidor position. So how are you winning? I was showing this to some players 2 days ago. So first you give check and you conquer the second rank. Now rook needs to move. This is bad because of rook a2. So rook e1 is the rook e8 is the rook e7 is the best move. Not to stop on the color opposite, but the same bishop. Now you just play passing move. And then rook needs to move, either to e8, e6. This is the toughest defense. Now you switch side. Actually, when Caruana was playing against Karyakin, against Fiedler, I mentioned this. Candidates Khanty-Mansiysk. It was in the penultimate round. He was winning against Fiedler. And he got into this position, but he couldn't remember and made a draw. And then in the last round, he was black against Karyakin. In case he has won against Svidler, then a draw would be needed, which is a main difference, big difference if you're playing with black and against Karyakin and you need to win. So he needed to play some Sicilian, Rouser, and he lost. Why he did? He made the mistake because here in this position he played this move. So he didn't transfer the rook to the shorter side. So this is shorter side. So he kept his rook on the longer side. So first you transfer the rook to the shorter side. Now it's time to play this move to kick the rook from the last rank. Now the rook needs to move. This is the main line. You just need to remember main line. So this is the move. Now you improve the position of your bishop, and after you have improved the position of your bishop, it's a moment to give this check, like I call it testing check. Now after king moves, you take the side, king comes, you give a check to b2, king c1, and building a bridge. This is a winning thing. Even some colleagues, my colleagues, they don't know it because they don't repeat it.
It's easy to forget,
but
yeah.
I think it's important to know the exact. So short side, improving the bishop, kicking it. So to note like 5-7 rules, and then you will remember. Because if you start just playing it without the idea, it's quite tough, and sometimes you get like 90%, It's sometimes vertical or sometimes horizontal, and it's you learn with maybe light square bishop. Suddenly you have dark square bishop, and your memory starts to trick you. So this is a winning thing. So Svidler has managed to survive because, as I said, Caruana have misplayed it. Okay, this is also known defense. One defense is to keep the rook and the bishop around rook against your around your king and to put it on the light squares if your opponent has a dark square. Second defense is to pin the king from the distance, and then when king goes to one side, you take another side. So this is the system how you hold this position. Okay, now they will play for hours. Yeah. For hours, is this match decided?
It's 2-1. So basically,
it's Eshek de Monte Carlo has won the match.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, we no need to follow that. We have this position where black is just winning. We can stay here for a second, but we can then conclude our broadcast with this final game. But we will check also Solakido against Vrnjacka. Let's leave the camera there. Okay, this is just now dead lost. No fun for white at all. Some resignation might happen in a no time. Okay, Dragana, some final thoughts from your side?
Well, we had a very interesting day. Again, we had some very interesting guests in the studio, so this is what I'm very happy about. Prague is back on his feet. We saw a very interesting game of Gish. I'm very happy that we had Salimova in the studio since, guys, of course, you cannot follow all of the games with great depth since so many good and interesting games are over here, but showing us how swiftly, how easily she won was a very interesting moment.
Yeah, let's predict the pairings. Let's just check which possible matches, for example, we will have tomorrow. So in the open section, we can now maybe guess already. So we have Alkaloid, Novi Bor, Super Chess, Bayegan, we have Turkish Airlines, Typhoon,
Okay,
Aika,
6, Aika, yeah.
Maybe Tuxera, and that's it basically. I don't know, a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Maybe we'll have like how many? 10 or 10 clubs maybe, or 9. 9 clubs, that probably means that we will have like Super Chess, for example, against Turkish Airlines, which is already a super tough match.
Clash.
Yeah. And in women's section, we might have...
In women's section, they started already.
First against second, something like this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, seed number 2 was playing seed number 4 even today on match number 1, so they started fighting the interesting matches even yesterday.
Yeah. So, last moments, this game is, practically just over. And here, Solakido is just moving back and forth. King E1 played. So how do you win? Probably just now this type of move. Okay. That's also an option. I don't get it. Why she didn't play Rook B2, for example. It looks it's just game over. Okay, Rook E1 probably is also good enough. But King A2, what are you getting? Okay, this looks to me just resigning immediately. But okay. Also, King G1 was possible from white, but yeah, she's just playing for a while, but king e2 played. Yeah, I see a comment, what happened in Gukesh game, it's really hard to explain.
So many ups and downs, yeah?
Yeah. It's really crazy game. Yeah. Okay. Final moments. Now let's keep the board for a second. So let's check Solokido. Yeah, not much has happened. She will move the king to other side. So she already has passed. So it was 89th till now. It will be like, okay, 20 moves has already gone. And in this match, king e1 played. Now rook b2 just decides the issue, because on rook b2, I would love to play king d3, but I cannot. But rook b2, and now when you move the king, now I come and build a mating net. Okay, rook g2 is also probably good enough. Yeah, final moments.
Final moments.
Yeah, and someone is saying that Gukesh didn't win the race against Arjun, but it's not over. Live rating is something, and published rating is very important.
It's actually, he did not want to race. But either way, yeah. The race is still on, whether they are racing or not. There is a race, but of course it should not be the most important part, I guess, since the World Championship is coming up in less than a month.
Of course. Yeah. Drive to survive. King d3 and rook e2. Yeah, when you say race, I'm immediately thinking about this Netflix Drive to Survive. Yeah, always a new race, always something else, some new record.
So Madonna coming up, Netflix coming up, Okay, we have the reference.
Here it's a checkmate. So basically we are done. White will resign, and we can finish our broadcast. We have decisive result. That means that if Borislava has won the game, that means that they won the match against some rating favorites. It's a huge surprise. Radmila won against Oliha, and Borislava now is winning, and that's basically it.
The first match upset, maybe.
Yeah.
Important moment.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Maybe bird view from the playing hall, that you see that
we're not lying, that everybody finished.
Yeah, and it's a moment to call it a day. See us tomorrow. Stay with us, and we're all looking forward to interesting matches.
Same time.